this time, we are going to open the floor up for public comment. So you are limited to 3 minutes unless otherwise directed. Any person wishing to address the council, we'd like to see you at this time.
Mr. Christopherson, I'd like to add one thing at this time. Just for the record, note that we do have a quorum present for the meeting, and we have one individual, I believe Ms. Graham, who will not be in attendance at the meeting, so we probably need to entertain a motion to excuse her absence this time. But it's my understanding that Chair Canseco and Board Member Mr. Francis is on their way, so we won't need a motion to excuse them. They should show up here very shortly.
That's correct. Okay, do I hear a motion to excuse?
I so move.
All right, and second. And all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Thank you for that, Darrell. So at this time, we will open the floor for public comment. Yes, ma'am.
I did fill out a form.
Okay.
Do you want me to?
Do you want to do those in order?
They are on the side for provider offers. You may just follow this.
Okay. All right. So at this time, we'll call Janine Smith.
Thank you very much, members of the committee. It's nice to see you this morning. I won't take 3 minutes. My name is Janine Smith. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist supervisor, as well as a licensed professional counselor, and I'm also representing myself as well as the organization Texas Association for Marriage and Family Therapists. I just want to say thank you so much for all your hard work. We've been able to begin to start looking over some of the rules that you guys have been working on so diligently, and as far as a head start on that, we're very supportive. But we look forward to being able to give feedback and be able to help craft some of the details in those rules. So we look forward to that in the next couple of months, the next few months, to be able to work with the committee and be able to help in any way possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll call Jan Fries.
Hey, good morning. Thank you very much. I'm Jan Fries. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Counseling Association. I have notes to make sure I hit 3 minutes. I'm speaking today to ask for your help to ensure accurate and complete information about the Texas Behavioral Health Executive Council, as well as the licensing boards who are housed here, that it be readily and easily available to the public. I've spoken with my colleagues at NASW Texas and TMFT who share these concerns as well as the solutions. It's very difficult to find information online about the council. The Sunset Commission webpage has the most, but includes statements that are incorrect. Rather than provide links to the website of each board housed here, it links to new pages that state this agency is currently inactive. Each of our boards is still active. The Sunset also incorrectly states the 4 boards were consolidated into a new umbrella agency. Consolidation means the unification of 2 or more entities by dissolution of existing ones and creation of a single new entity. Our boards were not dissolved. Each board remains an independent body appointed by the governor to regulate their respective professions. BHAC is an umbrella agency to house the boards and create administrative and operational efficiencies. We asked Sunset to correct this information on their website, and they declined, saying it is standard language used for any sort of transferred function, but I certainly understand your concern and will be happy to clarify for anyone who contacts us. Given that BHAC does not yet have an online presence, it is important that information on the Sunset pages be correct. We respectfully ask you to reach out to the Sunset Commission to correct their website. As Brian Francis so eloquently stated at your last meeting, the Texas Behavioral Health Executive Council is an innovative solution and model for efficiency in the administration of regulatory functions. Surely an innovative solution such as this merits an exception to standard language. Our concern is that licensees, potential licensees, as well as the general public will be misinformed by the statements on the Sunset website, and they will not know to contact Sunset for a correction. At a minimum, the statements that each board is inactive should be removed. We encourage you to quickly create an online presence so the public can easily access accurate information about the council with links to the licensing boards housed here. None of the licensing board websites have information on BHAC. We very much appreciate Daryl reaching out to stakeholders with information on this meeting. Information was still difficult to find, even knowing to look on the Secretary of State's website. We know you have a lot on your plate. Good communication is essential to instill the trust needed for this successful launch. Please contact Sunset to make those corrections. Please make it easy to find who serves on the board, when you meet, proposed rule changes, and so on, by launching your website soon and including this information on the websites of each board housed here. Thank you.
I have a question. That makes perfect sense. We need the information to be out there, obviously, especially if there's something that is erroneous or misleading. What do you get when you try to find information on BHEC?
Well, when you Google BHEC, it's really kind of hard to find information about this body. There's another organization, I think, that has to do with environmental health that comes up. And yesterday, when I was Googling BHEC, actually what came up was TCA, after this meeting, we pushed out an article on what happened over our member e-update, and that came up. So it's very, very hard to find this information. And if I could just add, so this process, you know, it's so new and it's so innovative that there was a lot of cynicism from our national organizations who across the country have seen other states restrict the scope of each of the licensing boards. So we argued and argued, you know, that this was innovative and that wasn't what was going to happen, and you were going to retain your regulatory jurisdiction over professional counselors. So just sort of a funny joke, I was applying for an award at our national organization on advocacy, and one of the reasons that I did not include our success with this, except as a brief anecdotal message, was because I was afraid that they would go to Sunset and see, and that it contradicted the information that we were putting out. So it's not trifling, and like I said, I don't think people would know, once they see that the agency is inactive and that the boards were consolidated, that they would necessarily, they're not me on it all, and my colleagues, you know, on this all the time. So that's our concern. It's just that we really want this to be a success. We 100% support this initiative. We will do everything we can. You know, we really appreciated Daryl reaching out to the stakeholders and giving us this information ahead of time. Thank you so much, because otherwise, to be perfectly honest with you, I would have missed it. So if you could help, because I think perhaps a communication from you to Sunset certainly has a lot more weight than a communication from me or any of my colleagues in the other associations represented here.
We have to do it right. And,
Yes.
And that is scary to hear something like that, not know what's going on. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Council will now hear from Will Francis.
Good morning. My name is Will Francis. I'm the Executive Director of the National Association of Social Workers Texas Chapter. I too will be brief. We've had a chance to start to review the rules, and we really are excited to see that BHEC is coming along. We just have spoken to our colleagues at Texas Counseling Association, Texas Association of Marriage and Family Therapists. We have input. We would love to share that. We ask that, similar to the way TDLR does their negotiated rulemaking process, that stakeholders be allowed to come in and sit down with BHEC staff and show some of the areas. We've seen my own read of it. I saw one part where a wrong section of the code was mentioned. And then there's other parts where there are actual structural things that we have larger questions on. So we would just ask to be included in that. And then as just one final request, when reviewing the matrix and the outputs through the appendix, we saw that there was a whole bunch of great data that's going to be collected. It was not clear that that would be disaggregated by individual board. And we just hope that all of the data is not put together here, but that we still are able to see the large picture of how the mental health professions are functioning through the board together, as well as how each of their boards are functioning when it comes to the data for how quickly it takes to issue licenses, turnaround time on complaints, all of those pieces. So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Jessica McGee.
Good morning, Council. My name is Jessica McGee, and I'm the new Executive Director for the Texas Psychological Association. I have been on the job for 9 days. So I just wanted to put a name to a face today and let y'all know that TPA is happy to be a resource in any way that you need as you build this, and we look forward to a fruitful collaborative relationship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll put you to work. That's great. This is Corrine Zepanik.
Surprised you even wanted to try that. Corrine Zupanik, thank you, sir.
Panic.
So I brought a paper copy because I'll have to read fast to get to 3 minutes, but I'll distribute them afterwards if you like, okay? If the yellow light goes on, I'll start talking like a Northeasterner. And so, good morning. At the first BHEC meeting, I provided testimony about the importance of developing outcome measures during the planning stages of the BHEC. My call to develop outcome measures was intended to encourage the BHEC to develop new outcome measures specific to the unique mission of the BHEC. These new types of measures should not be confused with outcome measures that have been in place prior to the formation of the BHEC. For instance, psychology's performance measures include how many licenses were issued, how many renewals, the percentage of complaints that resulted in disciplinary action. Of note, there was nothing that measured the percentage of applications that resulted in successful licensure, much less anything about the speed of processing applications. And as I recall from Sunset testimony, this was a central concern to many practitioners. The existing measures are useful, but they fail to capture the full purpose of the BHEC. This is problematic since organizations tend to become whatever it is that they measure. If the BHEC envisions itself as nothing more than a bureaucratic reorganization of 4 boards, then that approach is quite fine. However, I hope to make the argument that it is not fine since we were all promised a great deal more than this. The BHEC was conceptualized to be more than the sum of its parts. In addition to more efficient licensing processes, we were promised greater collaboration among our peers, improved services to licensees, and cross-pollination of best practices among professions. Furthermore, and importantly, the BHEC was promoted to the legislature as being advantageous to service recipients and their families. Ultimately, the BHEC's mission is service to the public, to service recipients, and to mental health practitioners. These groups represent the BHEC stakeholders. I would argue that the existing outcome measures fail to evaluate how well those services are provided to its stakeholders. Contemporary healthcare evaluation practices now require the inclusion of stakeholder-valued outcome measures. Now, I imagine some of you are saying to yourselves, well, that's all very well and good, but how would we ever develop these? We're already swamped, and I know that you are. But I do have some good news. Since I last testified, I met with some interested colleagues to discuss this very issue. And we are a team of researchers experienced in healthcare outcome measures, and we would like to volunteer our services. We are asking the BHEC to give us permission to form a transdisciplinary team of researchers from each of the 4 professions. With your permission, we would like to develop measures that fully capture the service nature of the BHEC by developing some stakeholder-valued outcomes that expand and enhance the existing outcome measures established by the legislature. In order to do this, we need the BHEC to take a vote to approve this proposal and to charge us with that mission of developing stakeholder-valued outcomes. Second, we need the BHEC members representing each profession to contact their professional organizations to find interested PhD researchers to participate in this volunteer project. I will provide each of you written contact information so that interested persons know who to contact and the deadline for doing so. After our initial meeting, we will report back to the BHEC to review any proposals that were developed in service of this mission. I'd like to add that I was very happy to see that item 14, I believe it is, will be discussing performance measures, and I'm welcome to any questions that you may have now or later.
We will be getting a management update too very soon, so
Does
thank
any-
you for your comments.
Do you have a secretary that wants the written copy?
Okay, we'd like to call Sandra, is this Martin?
That was sudden and quick, and I don't have anything to testify for or against. I'm here simply to introduce myself as part of a different counseling body than you're accustomed to hearing from. I'm here on behalf of Greater Dallas South Christian Counselors of Texas, and I'm also carrying water back to Christian Counselors of Texas, the overall state organization. And that's all I wanted to do, is introduce us. Appreciate TCA, wherever they are, for wanting to embrace us last time and saying we were the home for every counselor in the state of Texas, but they're not. We have another home, and it's Christian Counselors of Texas. And we have a separate voice and a separate opinion, and so I'm so happy to be here meeting with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes public comment. We appreciate your input. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and have introductions, so we can have a more valid roll call, I believe it is. Would that be all right, Darrell, at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Y'all want to start?
Tim Spear, Health and Human Services Commission.
Patrick Hyde,
He's the general counsel.
General Counsel, sorry.
Okay.
Darrell Spinks, interim director.
Wendy Pello, Assistant General Counsel, Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation.
Christina Kaiser. I'm also with the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for Regulatory Affairs.
I'm Tamala Fletcher with the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation.
Tim Brown, professional member representing the Texas State Board of Social Worker Examiners.
John Belamowitz, public member from the Psychologist Board.
George Francis IV, public member for Marriage and Family Therapist.
Steve Christopherson, representing the LPC Board.
Gloria Canseco, presiding officer representing the governor. Public member.
Sarah Abraham, public member, LPC Board.
Susan Fletcher from the Psychology Board.
I'm Jennifer Smotherman. I'm the professional member from the Marriage and Family Therapy Board.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, I think everybody's been introduced to Austin traffic, especially when there's fog, so we're glad you're here. I'm going to turn this over to our chair. And at this time, we are at review and approval of minutes and certified agenda, if you want to take that.
Thank you so much, and let me just take a moment to apologize for my tardy arrival, especially to those of you from the public and from the staff, from my colleagues on the board. I'm living proof that Siri doesn't listen. I thought the meeting was at 10. My deepest apologies. So the next item of business is approval of the minutes of the October 15th meeting. Are there any corrections to the minutes?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to accept the minutes as presented.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? The minutes are approved as submitted. I'd like to recognize Darrell Spinks, the interim director, for an update on the council and board training.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would also add that we don't have a certified agenda from the last meeting because we didn't go into executive session, so there's nothing there. The next item on the agenda is the update on council and board member training. I'm happy to report that all of you are fully trained as council members, so everything you're doing now is legal and proper. We have also completed all the requisite board member training. We've got 3 board members on the boards, and you can see that in the little informational sheet I gave you there that have not completed the training. 2 of them will not be. I'm still lacking 1 board member on my board, but all the boards, you have more than a quorum on each of your boards that has been trained, so you're absolutely lawful to conduct business on those boards, which had you not completed it, you would have been dead in the water as of December 1st, but you're good to go. So we're in good shape on board and council member training.
Thanks so much, Darrell. Mr. Spinks, I don't know how formal I'm supposed to be, but I'll do my best.
I've been called much worse, so don't worry about it.
Okay, then we're on to item 6. I'd like to recognize Tim Spear, the manager for the Professional Licensing and Certification Union at the Health and Human Services, for an update and report on those who have completed the requisite training.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My report is on the Sunset Commission report. The training was covered by Mr. Spinks. As was noted in our last meeting, the boards have worked very hard and have accomplished the goals set forth by Sunset, and we are pleased to report that those goals are still being met. The boards themselves are also continuing to review their rules to look for opportunities to improve. They will provide those rules to the committee when the committee goes live in September, and are looking forward to the opportunity to continue the improvement that began under Sunset's recommendations. Also, many of those recommendations are included in the documentation provided to the governor's office recently per the letter that was sent out in October. So we're pleased to report that those letters went back to the governor on time, and we are awaiting a response.
Thank you. Are there any questions or concerns from the board? Thank you, Tim. Sure appreciate it. I understand we have a draft of the agency record retention schedule. I'd like to recognize Darrell Spinks again for discussion on the records.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What the document that you have in your packet materials, it's not actually a draft of the council's. If you'll note on it, it says, it acknowledges, or it says it's TSBP, the psychology boards. What I wanted to do is because we're in the process of already putting this together, I wanted to show you kind of what a record retention schedule looks like. These are very formalized. The format of it is very rigid. It's dictated by TSLAC, the Texas State Libraries and Archives Association. It's really in here more as an informational only, just to kind of show you. I need to get with Mr. Spear. We need to sit down and visit. Let me kind of tell you why I've gone ahead and started working on that. Once, come September 1st, when all the agencies formally merge into BHEC, the other boards, all the records that we all own will belong to BHEC at that point. And so what I want to do is I want to try to get ahead of any avalanche of records that's going to be coming over here. That way, if we've got records at the psych board, if we've got records at the LPC board that we really don't need to be keeping for any reason, then we have an instrument in place that will allow us to get rid of those records. We can purge those records. Because one of the reasons that's important, number one, it costs the state to keep records. Whether you're doing it electronically or you're housing it over at TSLAC, that costs. Number two, as we transition into our new facilities over by the Capitol, once they move us over to the Capitol complex, TFC is on us. They are preaching hard and heavy that we need to move to digitization rather than hard copies, and they do not want us bringing vast amounts of bankers' boxes of materials over there. So they're already preaching at us about that. Get rid of your records. If you don't need them, get them digitized or get rid of them, do something, but don't bring them over here because you're not going to have the same amount of storage room that you've had in the past. And candidly, this draft that you see here has kind of been a direction that we at the Psychology Board have gone. I sometimes think in the past that at the Psych Board and probably other agencies, we view ourselves as almost a repository of licensee application materials or complaint investigation materials. Just by way of example, our complaint investigation materials, I don't know how, Brian, y'all do it, we were keeping stuff for 150 years. That makes no sense whatsoever. I saw Brian cringe over there whenever I said that. That's just crazy to be keeping something like that. So we've gone in and we've started looking to see what do we actually use? And that's what we need to be focused on keeping. Now, of course, there are minimums that the state library, the state archivist requires us to keep, so you can't go below that. But what this document is our attempt to minimize what we're keeping. We only need to be keeping what we need, what we use. We're not a records repository. We're not designed that way, and we certainly don't have the money and the budget and the manpower to undertake that kind of an operation. So if you have any questions about it, I'll be happy to answer them. I will be thoroughly impressed if you can read a state record retention schedule without some kind of formalized training on it. It's not an easy document to read, but I'll answer any questions you might have. But obviously, we'll bring this back to you once it's been more formalized and show you what it is, and we'll go over the details. But just an FYI, we're not sitting around. We're working on it. We're thinking ahead, trying to figure out what we need to bring over and what we don't.
You mentioned an agency called the TFC. What is that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Texas Facilities Commission.
Thank you.
They're the landlord for the state.
Are there any questions for Daryl with regard to the record potential schedule? That looks like a lot of work. Thank you so much. Item 8 is the approval of the agency's organizational chart. That's a hierarchy chart. Again, I'd like to recognize Daryl Spinks to discuss the draft organization chart that was approved by the incubation committee.
Correct. This is, it's a, a graphical depiction of kind of the hierarchical structure of agency staff. It's not representative of the structure of the relationship between the council and the member board. That's not what it's about. This is just about, ultimately, the executive council, you are the employers of all the staff. And from you down, how the authority or how the hierarchy flows. So that's what this document is. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Is there any discussion on the organizational chart?
I do have a question. So this is currently what our budget will allow for?
Yes, sir.
And we believe that it will continue to be the level that will support this, or will we have issues with having to lower staff in particular areas to meet budget?
No, I'm not anticipating having to lower the FTEs to meet budget. I think probably from a very practical standpoint, what you will see is you're probably always going to have some FTE positions open. In any agency, in our agency, we're small enough where we really don't have any open slots very often. The larger you get, though, I've noticed most agencies do tend to have some vacant positions open at all times. And I expect we'll have that same thing, but I do not anticipate losing FTEs due to budget shortfalls.
Any other questions from board members?
Need a motion to approve this? or-
Perhaps, I think there's a question over here from Jennifer, and I think I saw some faces of concern at the staff level too, so let's start with Jen.
Okay, so my question is, on this chart, does this represent the number of FTEs that are currently at PLCU and the psych board, and then coming in? And so basically, is there a space for all of the current employees that we have right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it actually represents all the FTEs, all the positions available.
Right.
I don't know that y'all are fully staffed over at the, I don't know, Tim, are y'all fully staffed?
We are not.
Okay. But it does represent all the positions that you have, and actually then some.
Great.
There are actually positions, the ledge gave us over and above what all our agencies actually have together.
Okay.
Some of them are temporary positions, like investigators, for example. You got some temporary investigators to deal with the backlogs of complaints that we have to tackle.
Thank you. Does that answer your question? Yep. Good.
Thank you.
Did I see any looks of concern from staff? Any comments? Okay. All right, great. Then yes, I'd love to entertain a motion to approve the organizational chart as submitted.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the organizational chart. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion carries.
Chair Canseco?
Yes.
Christina Kaiser with TDLR.
Yes.
Could we ask that when someone makes a motion or a second, that you please announce your name so that Ms. Tamala can make an accurate record of who's doing those things?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Steve Christopherson made the motion.
George Francis, the fourth, second.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I think we're at item 9. Draft rules related to general operations, applications, licensing, renewals, complaints, enforcement, and fees. And in advance, I'd like to thank those on staff and on the incubation task force who went through this. It was complicated, it was a lot of work, and it was a terrific job. So let's talk about that. Again, I'll recognize Daryl Spinks to continue.
I think there's no easy way to go through this other than to just plow through them. So
Take a deep
I
breath.
can't give you a shortcut. Now, what I will say in the beginning is the general provisions, the rules related to applications and licensure, and the rules related to renewals have all been vetted through the incubation task force. The rules related to complaints and enforcement and fees have not yet. In fact, I haven't even had a chance to meet with Christina and her staff and Tim and his folks yet on those rules. We've got that scheduled for later on this month. I put them in here, though, just to give you some idea of how far we are along in that. We've got the drafts ready to go. I mean, you guys can obviously, you're the council, you get to comment on it if you want to, but I wouldn't spend just a whole lot of time on those rules because they could change from what you're seeing now, just based off of the input we get from the staff. So I don't want anybody to get too worked up over how those rules are worded. I want us really to focus on the general provisions, applications, and renewals, really for now. So with that, let's start with the general provisions. The first rule is authority. I'm just going to go through these. If you guys have questions, stop me. Authority, then there's definitions. I don't really have anything on the authority. Definitions, kind of self-explanatory. I tried to put, I know, Chair Canseco, you had made some suggestions about the order of the definitions. Let me tell you the reason I've got them ordered that way. They're in alphabetical order. The Texas Register has fussed at me in the past whenever I've done what I thought was a more intuitive grouping of the definitions. They disagreed. Now, they will defer to us, but at the same time, I have somewhat of a reputation over at the Register, so I don't want to develop any more of a reputation over there. So that's why they are ordered in the order that I hope my alphabetization was correct. And of course, we have one section down there. You have general definitions that apply across the board, and then I've got one section that deals with if we have any unique definitions to psychology. We could add sections if we have, definitions that are unique to LPCs, LMFTs. We can expand on that as needed, but that's where we stand right now. The next item is the council and board meetings, and this one I am expecting a little bit of discussion out of all you guys on, because we've got some different approaches to take here. There's a couple of different ways we can go at this. When you read this rule, the way B is worded right now, I want you to look at the last sentence in B, and it says the majority of the members present and voting must be public members if the council is adopting or taking official action that would have an anti-competitive effect. The reason that sentence is in there is one of the primary rationales for why the Executive Council was created was to combat the North Carolina Dental Board scenario. You guys are here to make sure that member boards don't pass any rules that would get the state into trouble with the Federal Trade Commission or just in violation of the Sherman and Clayton Acts. So in thinking about what happens whenever this board votes, obviously you're a 5-member, you've got 5 public members that represent the majority. What position would that put the state in for today, for example, when we have one public member who's absent and we've got an even split between public and professional members? What is the FTC, or what would a plaintiff argue if they sued the state and come to find out this council had passed or adopted a rule that has some kind of an anti-competitive effect? Is it going to be, it's probably going to make their argument easier that the council has a controlling number of market participants on it, because on its face, we couldn't even argue that the rule was adopted by a majority of public members. So that's kind of the rationale for why that sentence is in there. Now, having said that, let's talk about, let me play devil's advocate for a minute, and let's talk about what position that puts us in. By way, just for example, and the way the rule is structured, the way that it's worded, you can propose, the council could propose a rule without a majority of public members present. The rule only would prohibit the council from adopting a rule with an anti-competitive effect. But let's think about the position that would put us in. Like, for example, we have one public member that's absent today. We would not be able to adopt any kind of a rule that had an anti-competitive effect today if that rule were in operation. And that's why you have that second option there. You have that alternative version of B. You all need to make the decision. I'm not trying to punt this, but you are the decision makers. You all are going to have to make the decision. Do you think that last sentence in B is maybe, I'm a lawyer, so I'm going to teach you, I'm going to always recommend the belts and suspenders approach. But sometimes lawyers are a little overly cautious in the advice we give. And so you guys are going to have to weigh, do we really need the extra measure of protection that last sentence pays or provides us? given the fact that we have Mr. Smith from the governor's office who's going to be reviewing our rules through the informal process, and then Ms. Bennett, who is now, she was our policy liaison, she's now the director of the regulatory compliance. She's going to be the one doing the anti-competitive review stuff of the rules. In other words, we've got two other people that are looking over this stuff as well.
In advance of the meeting? So they'd be in a position to tell us, here y'all are sitting here and you don't have enough public members, be warned or
Well,
be cautious. Or
Aaron wouldn't be here in advance. Mr. Smith would have already reviewed the rules before they get to you we'll talk about that in a minute, kind of the order of how rules will go, but from a very practical standpoint, as rules come up from the member boards, it's going to have to go through his office first before it hits you guys. But, you know, one of the things we talked about on the incubation task force and when we met with staff was, are you being a little too overly cautious there? Are you making it too hard on the council? That's a decision that y'all are going to have to make. I can see it both ways. You know, again, the belts and suspenders approach is leave the sentence in. But the question is, from a very practical standpoint, if the governor's office is fulfilling that role, and if agency staff are trying to kind of police that as well, and we're all going to be policing it. I'm not trying to suggest that we're just going to run crazy and pass all kinds of, but things happen. You know, sometimes you just don't see things yourself until somebody else takes a look at it. So I'm trying to figure out how do we guard against those scenarios where our own author bias, if you will, blinds us to some anti-competitive impact.
I'm looking at the language that says members present and voting. So let's say we were in a circumstances like today, when the public members and the professional members are equal in number. Is there an occasion under which a professional member could abstain from voting? And then the present and voting, you know, I'm married to a
Yeah.
lawyer.
Yeah.
40 years. So would that be a sufficient guard? I'm looking at the attorney in the middle of Mr. Spear and Mr. Spinks.
Abstain from voting.
The rule seems to allow for an abstention.
Yeah.
And if the operator is present and voting, that's a dual required thing. If you're present and not voting, it wouldn't qualify.
Right.
I think that would cover you. I mean, I think if a professional member abstains.
And the reason that I'm asking the questions is because neither do I want us to be limited. Any other questions or comments?
I think the other thing I think about, Daryl, when you talk about the safeguards at the governor's office, you know, and the board members, I think with the board members here, I wouldn't be worried about any of this, but we're doing this for the long haul. We're going to go away at some point. We've had a very long-serving governor, but eventually someday there will be a new governor and a new staff who may or may not be paying close attention to this. This may or may not be a priority to them. But for the purposes of longevity and being able to stand the test of time, I think the first language, it definitely is belts and suspenders, and we have other sets of belts and suspenders at the governor's office. But again, how things can change, and we won't always be here. I prefer the first option we have there.
I'd like to make a comment that, number one, I think we already ask a whole lot from our public members. To say they don't have a dog in the fight is not accurate, but they definitely they have a lot of weight on their shoulders to put something like, hey, you have to be here. If you're not here, we can't do anything, would be a disadvantage for us. So having something in there like abstaining, just kind of as a backup, I think could be a nice little thing. We have a lot of safety nets for this. Number one, this board or council, we've been thinking a lot alike, and we've been working together. The four boards have been working together after the sunset process, and so we already have kind of a micromanage lenses of anti-competitive, and then we have a couple safety nets after that. So I don't think this is going to become an issue, but I certainly wouldn't want to put extra weight on our public members and responsibility. In addition to that, they already have. So if we had something like that come up, if we could have somebody abstain, I'd be for that, because I don't want that kind of pressure on them.
I think the language, I appreciate your comments on that. I think the language provides for that as it stands for an abstention. Are you concerned that we should need to add more language to it, or?
No, I'm saying if we could do an abstention, then
Yeah, okay.
I'm fine with the first one, the first B.
I guess my question becomes, what if a professional member doesn't want to abstain because they want to vote on the issue?
Would it,
Because when you're in a tie,
Yeah.
what you're counting on is that somebody just saying, okay, and so that we don't run afoul of this, I'll bow out. But what if it is something that that professional member is vested in, and they're like, no, I'm not abstaining, I came here to vote?
Would the vote be in contravention of our own rules? Would somebody have to challenge the vote if that was the case? Well, take this morning, for example. Imagine we were public members, I think we're outnumbered 2-1 at the
Yeah.
start of the meeting. If somebody decided to say, hey, I'm going to take up this action out of order, what would you do? Would you challenge the vote of the
You're talking
of the
about
chair?
I don't mean to sound arrogant, but I probably wouldn't let you proceed. I would probably just say, guys, we probably go into executive session. I'd have to explain to you, you can't do this under your own rules. So, I mean, that's probably how that would play out.
It would be self-correcting, though, I guess, is the point.
Yes.
With the general counsel and the director.
Yeah.
And I think because of that, I would think that I'm more for the second language of removing that line item. Because there are so many ways that we can self-correct, and there are so many mechanisms that if we do something that might run counter to the stance, that there's going to be someone who points it out. The other problem I have with the first language, though, is more that we're here to conduct the business of the state and conduct the business of the stakeholders. And anytime that we have to delay an action, we don't meet often enough that it makes it productive to delay that action to the next meeting. And that's not what we're gathering for. And so I think that overrides the sense of the belts and suspenders mechanism of overprotectionism. I think that's what we're seeing here. I think we're more than fine with that. So for that, I would support the second language over the first language.
Anybody else?
And I will say, if y'all go the second version, what we'll probably do is just collapse B and C together. You can combine, because all you gotta do is just add a quorum for the council or a member board. We would just collapse those paragraphs together, because they read basically the same way.
I don't disagree that it's belt and suspenders, but respectfully, this certainly wasn't the only reason that this board exists, but this issue was a major issue of why this board exists in the first place. And again, for posterity's sake, for those who didn't have the benefit of going through lawsuits as a board, in light of some of these things, I think for posterity's sake, I think it is a good thing to go with the first and to explicitly in our rules name it. If you're taking up something that would be deemed anti-competitive, that it must be a majority of public members voting.
I would suggest that one of the reasons that this board is structured the way it is so that we don't run afoul of that. And the diversity of the individuals on the board, the likelihood of it, though it is likely, that it is possible, it's not likely. And that there are mechanisms in place that if it were to happen, look amongst you, look at the crowd, look at the people, it's going to come up. It will stop before it gets to the point where it goes too far.
I agree with you, especially in the looking around part of this. Like, your point's totally well taken. The question I have is when the room looks different or it's not this group of individuals. I was just thinking, I didn't say this yesterday when we were in interviews, but reflecting on the makeup of this board and the boards that we all came from, it's a really unique and I think very good group of individuals that I think is frankly exceptional. I'm not sure, I hope that it's always that good of a mix of individuals, but in the event that it isn't of that quality and caliber, I do think the first option does give us some protections, gives this board some protections.
Madam Chair?
Are there any comments from the right side of the table? I
just
just
had a-
realized that we're split up. I'm going to have to start putting place cards, boy, girl, boy, girl.
Yeah, this is the girl side of the table.
Any comments, any
I
remarks?
had a question for our general counsel. How subjective is the term anti-competitive? Is there something that we could lean on or that narrowly defines that legally? Or is that kind of a subjective term?
I mean, it would have to be something that would be defined in a suit, and so they'd have to look at whatever rule that's being adopted and what effect that has, how it's anti-competitive in the marketplace.
So it would be subjective in how it was defined in the suit that was brought against the board?
Yeah, I mean, the suit would
Yeah.
have to define it, but I mean, the rule itself may in fact be anti-competitive. So ultimately, it would come down to however the plaintiff pleads it and what evidence they put on to show that it is anti-competitive. But in theory, you could actually have an anti-competitive rule, but the plaintiff does a bad job and isn't able to prove it, so, right.
Could another question for you. What if you took out that last sentence and made it its own item? So right now, the topic is quorum. This is regarding a specific sort of action. Could that be drawn out from the body of the rules and said, if an action with an anti-competitive effect, then such and such happens? Is that something that we could revisit so that both the concerns of the differing opinions here are addressed?
I don't know how you end up with a different, I don't know that really changes the net effect of that paragraph, though, if you parse that out like that.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Christina Kaiser with TDLR. If you don't mind, I'd like to offer a perspective.
Sure.
In our opinion, the language at the end of B places limits on the council beyond that's required by your statute. And for that reason, we would not be in favor of that language. I think you have to be aware of the tone that you're setting from the beginning. And if you start out from a position of, oh, the council has to be limited and we can't do too much, then you're limiting your power more than what the legislature contemplated when they created this organization. I would also add, just from a practical perspective, that this provision could easily lead to delay after delay after delay in getting important measures passed. So I think the legislature created you with your current composition, and they charged you with certain responsibilities, and I think you go forward and you have faith that you're doing the best that the legislature charged you with.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions or comments? If not, I'd like to entertain a motion.
I make a motion that.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, you really don't need a motion.
Oh, because we're discussing.
Yeah, we're just discussing draft
Gotcha.
rules, but if you guys will just kind of tell me the version you prefer, I will go back and make those changes. Then when I actually bring you the version that will be proposed, that's when you'll make the motion to approve.
So
the
in
rules.
terms of the rules, are we able to ask for a consensus here, or do you want to hear that privately?
No, just here. Let you guys
Okay,
kind of tell me
so
the-
let's go down the line. Ms. Smotherman, Dr.
B.
Smotherman. B?
Which B?
Whoa,
Yeah,
whoa,
B.
whoa.
That's
I'm going in
true.
order.
I'm looking at
B1
the
or
second-
B2?
The second one.
Second option.
The second.
Second?
Second.
Definitely the second.
Second.
First.
Second.
I think you've got a consensus there. Thank you so much, and thanks for your guidance. Thank you, Ms. Kaiser. There's another section, right, that we need to go, keep going, Darrell, sorry.
That was the only section in that particular rule that I wanted to point out. The next rule is going to be the council member terms. This has another item that we debated in the incubation task force, and the task force agreed, well, let's just put the issue before the full council. You guys need to decide if you want a rule in here that will either impose term limits on the member boards, or if you don't want term limits. So you guys need to decide how you want to handle that.
And I think I'm the person that objected, is that right?
Correct.
Yes. So from my perspective, term limits helps to increase diversity. It helps to get rid of non-functioning or dysfunctioning members. And I'm sure that won't happen here, but we all know that happens. And so that was my concern. Anybody else?
To your point earlier, I think it keeps the quality of the board high and keeps members refreshed, and moving those things off that shouldn't be there. So
By deleting this rule? Is that what you
by
suggested?
having term limits, and yes. So I would be supportive of term limits also.
Not to be the contrarian, but just as
I'm enjoying it. I appreciate it.
When I think about how I ended up being appointed to this board, we had one board member rolling off, we had another board member that was brand new. I certainly don't have to be here, and the other eligible board member is our alternate. Other than that, we don't have anybody else, and so that's my only concern is that depending on where the term limit happens and depending where we are in the appointment cycle, there's a chance that you may either have, the other person may be super green or about to go away, or the position, the governor's appointments office, I think, has done a great job, but again, you get a different governor's office leaving appointments vacant. You run into issues there that you could have painted yourself into a corner potentially with somebody limited out and maybe not a good alternative.
Are all the terms 6 years? No.
Oh, you're the only one that's 6 years. Everybody else is 2.
Yikes, if I last that long. What's everybody else? 2?
Yeah. Which from a very, for example, from the psych board, because our members are not eligible for reappointment, probably from a very practical standpoint, about the most that Mr. Blemowitz could serve on the council would be 2 terms before he would rotate off. Y'all's boards are different, though. The LPC, I don't think y'all have the same statutory restriction on term limits. You can be reappointed and reappointed. So you got to take that into account.
Well, the other thing is that, and I love y'all, but not everybody wants to do this.
Right.
This is above and beyond, as everybody in this room knows. Just because, hey, your term doesn't end, I've got to rotate off because I'm limited, so you're up. It's like, well, wait a minute, so I think our pool of people that are already on a volunteer basis might run a little bit thin if we put that in there. So sometimes reappointing is to maintain something that's streamlined and smooth and good in transition.
I understand the concerns that you have, Chair Canseco, and I understand what's going on there. I'm concerned if we put a limit on that, we are limiting the board's ability to send who they want to send up to this council. And one of the things when we created this and we worked through this process is we wanted to maintain independence of those boards, and we wanted the boards to be able to say, this is who we want to be representing us. And so I think that we need to consider anything that's going to limit the board's ability to determine who they think among their population should be representing them at the council level.
That's a very good point. Thank you.
Anybody else?
So I think that you've heard, I think most folks are in favor in keeping this. I think Mr. Francis and I are in the minority this time. Agreed? So let's keep talking about it.
Sound good?
Go ahead, please.
The next item is the conflict of interest and recusal rule. I don't have any comments on it here in my draft, but if you've got any questions, I'll be happy to answer. But in short, basically, your service on a member board would not operate to conflict you out on anything at the council level. It is written that way. Now, if you serve on a disciplinary review panel at the member board level, for example, Mr. Blemowitz, if he's on one of our ISC panels, and for some reason that particular licensee makes it all the way up to the council for a contested case, following a contested case hearing, he's not going to be able to vote in that matter. But just because, for example, he voted on a particular licensing rule at the member board level and somebody gets caught at it up here, that doesn't recuse him from participating as a council member. It's written that way. let me tell you all where this came from. This actually came from a sunset management action that was imposed on my board, the psych board. They wanted us to have some kind of a conflicts and recusal type rule because we had some issues that came up at the board level. So I thought it probably a pretty good idea to carry it on out to the council level here. Got any questions? I'll be happy to answer them. Not.
Any questions for Mr. Spinks?
I do have one question, because we talked about this at our board meeting. So if I understand you correctly, and what I've read is that we would still be able to serve on the grievance on the ISCs with our board, and it would just be a case-specific issue if we need to recuse ourselves at this level?
Correct.
Okay.
Because if you're recused on it at the TSBEP level, you're going to be recused on it up
Okay.
here as well.
Because I know how hard it is, again, to the point of how much work there is to always have a licensed psychologist represented, which we do a good job of, but I just know that that would limit us even more. Okay,
Correct.
great.
The next rule is the limited delegation of authority. This is a rule, I wanted to make it clear that the council has the ability to delegate its authority to carry out agency actions to the member boards. Ultimately, the responsibility for that, though, lies with the council. I wanted to make it absolutely clear that the council could take any actions it needed to. If a member board took some action under this delegation authority that the council disagreed with, obviously the council is not married to that. It can take corrective action to change that or send it back. I just wanted that absolutely clear in the rules. It kind of helps establish the relationship, if you will, between the council and the member boards. But it does not override the member board's authority in certain areas. I mean, there's going to be certain areas, scope of practice rulemaking or something like that. That's a authority or a power that is vested by statute in the member boards. This doesn't really speak to that. But this is, for example, like ISCs, informal settlement conferences or disciplinary reviews. That's something that the council can delegate to each of the member boards, because from a very practical standpoint, you guys are not going to have time to hear every disciplinary case that these boards come up. You're going to have to delegate that to the member boards, I think. Next item is the unofficial statements and decisions. This is more just to protect you. In case I say something stupid in public, you can say that was stupid and we're not bound by it. Is really what that's designed to do. We've had issues come up in the past at our board. Not that I said anything stupid. It was long before me. But we've had issues come up where statements were made or representations were made that were not the representations of the full board, and this is designed to guard against that. So that's the purpose behind that. The next rule is the former council and board member rules. This is really derived from the just common sense for one thing. You no longer speak for the council or a member board once you're off of it. There's some provisions in here that also come from the Ethics Commission, I believe, where it talks about you can't represent, or basically you can't serve in any capacity for 2 years. That's the revolving door law that we have. So we couldn't use you guys as, say, a professional reviewer once you go off the board. When Dr. Fletcher goes off, it'll be 2 years before I can use her as a professional reviewer for anything. So that's what that's designed to capture. Next thing is the prohibition against dual office holding. This is a very technical rule that you will probably see little, if ever, used. We've used it 2 times at the psych board. If any of you are going to serve in another capacity with another state agency, you would have to get, I don't want to say permission, but you've at least got to notify this council, and we have to adopt some certifications, if you will. It also applies to your director, though, as well. For example, at the psych board, I've had to do it when I served on different committees. I've had to get the board to actually give their stamp of approval so that I can do it. It's a constitutional requirement. It's even higher than statutory, so there's no way around it. Next item is going to be, I believe, the conflicts rule. This just makes it clear the hierarchy, the supremacy of the law of the land. The U.S. Constitution prevails, state constitutions, federal, state statutes all prevail. We've also encountered some instances over at the psychology board where federal guidelines would control. VA guidelines is where you run into it the most. And you want to make sure that your rules aren't in conflict with the VA requirements, because the VA just don't care, to be honest. Their rules are what their rules are. And we want to make sure that we're not setting our licensees up in a catch-22. That's what this is designed to protect against. And then subpart B is where we're trying to make sure that these procedural rules, look, from a very practical standpoint, I'm not so arrogant to think that when we all overhaul our rules that we're going to absolutely purge every aspect of procedure in the psych board's rules or in the LP. We're going to miss something. And what I don't want to set us up in is a situation where a licensee, an applicant, or whoever says, well, here's a procedure over here at the psych board, so I don't have to follow the council's rules. This is to guard against that. No, we're the supreme law here as far as procedure goes. The member boards get to set the substantive stuff, but we get to set the procedure. That's what this guards against. We may want to, I know I've had some visits with some of the stakeholders. Some of them are a little bit uneasy about that. We may need to kind of massage some of that language to assuage some concerns there, but I think it's doable. But I do think we need something like that in the rules. The next one is the access to agency records. This is a rule, I'm not going to name names, there's nobody in here, but I'm not going to name agencies. This is a rule I got from watching a very large entity here in Texas get into some trouble with, we'll just say, leadership asking for a plethora of records from the entity and causing a lot of problems, if you will, however you want to view it. I want to make sure that everybody understands that as a council or a board member, you have complete access to the records of your board or your agency. Absolutely no doubt, you're the boss. Now there are consequences to certain things that you look at. You can conflict yourself out very quickly if you go poking around in enforcement stuff and you haven't sat on an ISC panel, you will be conflicted out. But nevertheless, you're the boss. There's actually some AG opinions that, by God, if you ask for it, we have to give it to you. We have to show it to you. We can't play hide the ball from you. But this rule just kind of acknowledges that there are limitations to that, and that there are consequences to that. So, any questions about that?
This rule actually kind of makes me nervous.
Makes you nervous?
It does. I work in a business where we deal with highly confidential things, and you have to have some really specific reasons of why you want to look at something to have access to it. And it seems kind of nebulous to me when I read the access granted under this subsection is limited to official agency business only. If I tell you that I want to do a study to determine if there is a disproportionate amount of our licensure for women versus men, and so I need to access all the records and the pertaining subsequent records to those, it's kind of, that's agency business, but it's very, very shallow. And I don't know that one should have the right to access personal information of individuals of what they submit. And so I kind of lean more towards the side of not providing access unless it's something that is known to all, versus me coming to an executive director and saying, Daryl, this is what I need. Can you please send this to me today? I think that's very loose. And I don't know that we want our records that loose in today's world, where it's just a matter, you don't know that the records you're providing me are secure once they leave your office. You know what your security is, but you don't know what my security is. For all you know, I'm storing them in records boxes once you give them to me in an open garage that anybody can access because I have contractors working at my house. There are just too many ways for that information to escape and go wild and go out into the public, and not unintentionally, but it does happen, and I see it happen on a regular basis. So this makes me nervous.
How do we correct it?
I have a question, I guess. If a board member were to ask for data that included personal information, do we get to leave the building with that, or do we get to just inspect it, review it?
I don't recall the AG opinion really speaking to that. From a very practical standpoint, I'm going to question, okay, what are you wanting this for? First, I'm going to ask you point blank. And then I'm probably going to argue with you a bit about before you leave the building with it and go, look, if you do, you get in a car wreck and this stuff blows up all over 35. we're all gonna have some explaining to do. There's gonna be a very hard conversation there about that. At the end of the day, though, it's kinda like what you say, you're like, well, I'm the boss and I'm leaving with it, unless there's something in place that keeps me from doing that. That's something
I don't know if I'm thinking of the same stories in terms of where board type people are asking for information. If we are the boss, the board ought to be able to inspect records if we suspected that a director or staff was up to something, or there was some structural problem that, you think about some agencies, sometimes new boards get appointed to go in and wreck house with an agency, and you gotta go look at records and documents. And it's certainly not the case in this case, but thinking about other boards who have gotten out of hand, or staff or directors that have gotten out of hand, this type of rule is what's required to go shake the tree.
But I would
sometimes.
suggest in what you're talking about, more than one person's going to know about it. If there's some thought that there's something that's inappropriate, or the appearance of impropriety happening inside of an agency, several board members are going to be talking about that and discussing a course of action towards. What I'm talking about is just, and I'm not suggesting by any means anyone in this council would do it, but as you say, in the future,
Right.
maybe it's not this council, maybe it's a different one, somebody comes and asks for information, it's just, this allows too much access too easily without any type of support of why they need it or what they're doing. You have an executive director that's asking a couple questions, but that's all you have.
But I mean, to that point, I may, if I'm asking for information, I may have issues with the executive director, and the executive director shouldn't be able to, as Darrell said, hide the ball. And if they did try to hide the ball, there should be consequences to that. But without this rule, it kind of gives them the leeway to actually hide information, I think.
Well, I'm not suggesting we get rid of the rule.
Okay.
I'm suggesting that we tighten.
You're talking about that last part of Section A, the last sentence, or the last phrase where it says, official agency business only. You'd
Yeah,
like to
that's
see
what I
that
was
more
thinking.
precise?
I would, and I guess what I'm saying, I'm not even suggesting, I'm suggesting that we all think about this in today's world. I would just want us to put more thought into that, because the way that it's currently phrased, I can see that it could be, if somebody had intent to do something nefarious.
Is it worth, your points are all well taken, is it worth adding something in the rule that provided some sort of notice that if you take this personal information, you got the ball, and you better not drop it, or let it out, or use it inappropriate?
Or maybe the chair has to be notified, or just some form of notification mechanism, that there's a second individual on the board that knows what's happening, right?
That's what I was thinking about here. So it kind of is reminding me of the rule that says that on my own, I don't have the ability to speak on behalf of the board or the council, right? And so if there is some kind of a safeguard where the council is notified about the information that's taken out, or the member board is notified, you see what I'm saying? Where
yeah.
it's not really about me taking action as a single individual, but the board having the ability and authority to be able to access whatever information the board thinks that they need to do. Or perhaps maybe we don't do that for the entire board or the entire council, but I'm thinking about at the committee level, right? So my licensing standards committee might need to have some information. They may ask staff to do it, but it's coming from multiple board members, and so there's a safeguard in there. I don't know that we want to limit ourselves that much, but I think that it may speak to the concern that's there.
I will add now, obviously, anything you look at or do as a board member, you're still going to be subject to the same confidentiality provisions and privacy requirements that are imposed on the agency. That's just by virtue of you be operating under your official hat. So just because, let's say you came and got something, you would still be responsible for maintaining the confidentiality of that information if it was confidential.
I just want to make one point, just like the chair mentioned. The last sentence, the access granted under this subsection is limited to official agency business only. If it is not related to the function of this board in some kind of an official capacity, then we should not be requesting those records.
Correct. and you would not be allowed to have access to those records.
In Section C, it says you may not have access, confidential, non-public, or proprietary.
If you intend to apply for licensure.
Oh, just licensure.
Yeah. The point there is, we don't want you looking at the juris exam if you're about to apply for license. If Mr. Blemowitz decides he wants to be a LPA, he doesn't need to look at the juris exam beforehand.
Don't have to worry about that.
I think it sounds like we have a consensus that the language does need to be just touched a little to make it a little more careful. Am I right?
Yes, I think the transparency is really important, and for a lot of reasons, but I do think it's important maybe to look at the chair's role in this too, because that won't slow the process down. That's one of the things I'm also very aware of. We don't want to slow it down.
You know, also it gives us why this particular member is requesting these records.
And we're really wanting to focus that, kind of that check and that balance maybe on just a request from a single individual. Obviously, if a ISC panel says, hey, I want to see Daryl's professional file, we're not as concerned about that,
Yes.
correct? Okay. All right.
And I just want to add two things. Number one, every one of you were appointed by the governor of Texas, so you are trusted individuals. I would hope that nobody would abuse that, but you can also see, hey, I see something wrong, and I see it again, so I want to make sure there's not a pattern of this happening. So I have no problem, notifying the chair if somebody's requested that, but I also don't want to, put us in a box. So I like the rule. If you want to add, notify the chair, that's fine too.
I think probably that the real focus of this rule is not so much you guys keeping an eye on one another. It's really more so, I would say, staff. You want to make sure that whoever your leadership, your management, that's, if something probably goes afoul, that's probably where it would go afoul. Somebody might not be doing their job or cutting corners here or there, and you need the ability to go in there and look at that, maybe without tipping that person off that you're doing it. All right, I'll make those changes, or I'll work on that language and massage it a little bit. We'll bring it back at the next meeting. The next one is the statutory and rule reference. It's just, I can't imagine that'd be too terribly controversial. The next one is the conduct and decorum rule. Let me tell you where this rule, you may see this as kind of an unusual rule. Where this rule came from, what you're looking at is actually an amalgamation of things I got from SOA and from our rules, the State Office of Administrative Hearings. As an agency, you have the inherent ability to maintain the decorum of your proceedings. If I get up and act a fool in this meeting, obviously Chair Canseco has the ability to take me outside and go, you're not coming back in until you act right. You have to have that inherent authority, or otherwise the heckler's veto can shut down the entire state government. So the first paragraph, it's pretty self-explanatory. No disorderly or disruptive conduct. The second paragraph, where did I get the definition for, or where did I get the language used there to answer some of that? It comes from two places. One, the tort of intentional infliction of emotional distress. Obviously, I don't want, that's C. Under B, where the language comes from is actually in the penal code. There's actually a Class B misdemeanor that if someone disrupts or is disorderly in a meeting such that you can't conduct business, you can have them arrested and taken out. I basically copied verbatim what the standard out of the penal code. You can't go wrong if you're copying a statute, usually. Where we had quite a bit of discussion on the task force, I guess maybe the task force might have been at the staff level, I don't know, was on that last sentence where kind of what do you do if someone's acting like that in a meeting? The way I've got it written here is if somebody's being disruptive in the meeting, obviously you have the option to have them arrested, or you can have security or law enforcement step them outside for the remainder of the meeting or until they cool down if it's a shorter amount of time. We're not looking at lifetime bans here. We're just looking at what it's going to take to maintain decorum. And then C, the language in C is actually, comes from the tort of intentional infliction of emotional distress. And here's why I put that language in there. I have had several instances where I have had individuals call into my staff and treat them, I'm just going to say, in a way that was less than professional and that forced me to intervene as the executive director. They didn't talk to me that way, I suspect because of my title, but I did not appreciate them talking to my staff that way, who don't get paid enough to put up with that. So what I have done, and we had a rule that said if you talk to me, the executive director, that way, you can get a complaint filed against you. Well, they never did talk to me that way for obvious reasons. But they felt free to talk to my staff that way. I wanted to expand this so that, look, I'm not saying you can't call me an SOB in this meeting, because you absolutely have the right to go to that microphone and do that very thing. And there's nothing we can do about that. I'm paid to take that. This is kind of a political environment. There is some form of political speech that may be hard to hear, but we have to hear it nevertheless. They have the right to confront us on that. But my staff do not have to take abusive or threatening or harassing language like that. So that's what this rule is designed to do. I only spend this much time on it because some of you may look at that and go, I've never seen a rule like that before. We had a rule like that, but I felt it was too limited, and I think we probably need to protect our staff, and we need to protect those of you as well. There's no sense if a licensee corners you in the parking lot and is chewing you up one side and down the other and acting completely inappropriately, there's no reason there shouldn't be a consequence to that. So, questions on that?
Any comments or concerns?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Of course.
I'm sorry, we may have talked about this when we met before the agency staff. If you just look at C all by itself, it doesn't, this language is not limited to conduct that happens in a public meeting. So
Correct.
it could be read to interpret, if someone calls up and calls you an SOB over the phone, you're going to file a complaint against them. Is that what you're intending with this
Yes.
language?
Yes.
Okay.
If they're calling up and harassing staff and threatening to come down and do bodily harm on staff, there needs to be a consequence to that type. Can't let that go unchecked.
I have a question. So, as board members, I think anybody redressing us, even if it's distasteful and maybe obnoxious, like, I'm just thinking about the worst things that anyone could say to us. That, I don't know how you would exclude that from, that's political speech all day, all the time. You say agency officials here. Is it clear that we're not agency officials as board members, or?
No, this was actually part of the discussion we had on the task force. Is the original draft did not have agency officials in there. It just had staff. Because the focus, what I had originally focused on was the abusive behavior towards staff. That's what I was trying to get at. But when we were talking in the task force, what I found out was there are some things that occur in ISCs that were rather shocking, that was directed at board members. And that should not have been taking place in those ISCs, so we expanded that to include agency officials as well. Now, let me be clear. The standard that's used in C is the same standard, like I said, that was used in the tort of intentional infliction of emotional stress. It's not a matter of just going, you're a jerk, I disagree with you. I mean, it has to rise. If you read the case law, it is so exponentially high, the burden on what it takes to hit that, that I'm not worried about like infringing upon somebody's protected speech of confronting or addressing grievances with their government. Because when you hit that level, you're going to hit the level of criminal behavior, really, is what you're really going to be at. You're going to be threatening somebody with bodily harm. You're going to be, doing other things that are already prohibited by law. So I'm not worried about C impinging upon somebody's First Amendment rights to address grievances with the government. So, because it's such a high burden.
That answers my question. That was my concern. Thank you.
I guess, Daryl, my question on this one is that it seems like there's a lot of subjectivity from the individual who's on the receiving end of such language, right? And maybe it's just the word language, and maybe because I grew up in the Detroit area that I've heard all types of language, and sitting in a White Castle and somebody doesn't get their fries hot, I can let off a tirade that you wouldn't believe. But it just makes me nervous that the person who's receiving that, maybe that person's had a bad day, and so they're less receptive to such language, and so it goes to the complaint status. It makes me nervous. It just really makes me nervous about people who have not had the training to learn how to maybe moderate their speech or maybe change the vernacular to such a fashion that somebody would see it more pleasing than less pleasing. You get somebody who grew up in a place that didn't encounter people on a regular basis in a service field, and they don't know how to express themselves in such a fashion. All of a sudden, there's this complaint lodged against them, and it makes me nervous. So it doesn't sound like that's the thought of the board, but that would be my expression on this.
It's difficult to elaborate on that because, yes, the person receiving that language is the person to define, what they find offensive or intimidating or threatening. On the other hand, leaving it out presents some major issues. I grew up in a rather insulated environment, and I'm now working at a homeless shelter. And when their tooth hurts and they can't get an appointment, it's really unpleasant. But I think that there isn't a way to be hyper-specific on this either. So it would be up to this board or the people involved to temper each other. You can't put that in language either.
Can an agency member go straight to going to the complaint, or does it have to go through you before that complaint is done?
No, it would have to follow the typical complaint process.
Right.
But does the individual, let's say that it's at a staff level, does the individual have to come and bring you into that discussion or call or with that person in person for you to observe and view that action? Or can they just go straight to the complaint level?
The way this is written, they could go straight to the complaint level. They could file the complaint themselves from a very practical standpoint, the way it has worked in the past. We've never done the complaint route, but staff have always come to me and said, I can't handle this individual. Whatever their case was, you're going to have to do it for me. And I stepped in as the ED to handle it at that point. But to answer your question directly, no, they could just file the complaint themselves. Now, something like that is going to bubble up to manager.
I guess the example that I'm thinking of is that an individual might call in to check on the status of their license, where it is in the process. Maybe they're traveling and they're getting nervous about the timing of it. So now that individual, instead of just calling that once, is calling every day and still hasn't been approved, and now they're calling multiple times a day. I could see somebody then saying that's harassment, versus from an individual's perspective, they're nervous because that's their livelihood, and if they don't get that license to be able to practice in the great state of Texas, as one of my fellow board members would say, then they're nervous. And so, but the person who's receiving that call doesn't understand their side or see that side of it, so their perception of it might be greatly different. And this would say that the language and the word harassment, that would be eligible for a complaint.
Does the legal standard describe, maybe you can answer this, you described a really high legal standard that this language is pulled from?
Correct.
My question is, does that scenario, you're shaking your head, didn't come close to that legal?
Not even close.
So it wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah.
What you're describing wouldn't necessarily be.
Yeah, and another thing we need to keep in mind is just because somebody files the complaint, that doesn't necessarily mean that complaint's going to go anywhere.
No, it just means, though, that it's a process, that if you had a complaint filed against you, no matter whether it goes anywhere or not, you have to deal with it. And it's just not going to make you happy, right?
Well,
it's just an issue that you have to deal with. And all you're doing is thinking that I'm just calling because I'm trying to check on the status of my license. The problem is that the individual doesn't necessarily know. I don't know what the law says or what that level or bar is to qualify for harassment. When I read this, as you can tell by my speech to you, I'm thinking harassment can be multiple calls a day to find out what's going on, because I see language and I see harass. And that to me would maybe constitute harassment. I don't know that the average person knows what that bar or what that meaning is. And so somebody who's in the agency, someone who's on staff, might misconstrue that.
I
That's
believe
all.
that that's a management issue. To me, then, the management would explain to the staff person that does not constitute harassment, that is your
fair.
job. And so with good management, something that doesn't rise to the level of somebody walking out, following you to your car every afternoon, getting ready to key it every afternoon, that's harassment.
Yeah, keys,
So,
that's a little different.
Well, what I mean then is, we would assume that management is able to handle things at that lower level. If someone's threatening to stab you because you didn't get your tooth appointment, then yeah, the receiver of that complaint will, for lack of a better expression, flip out and either tell a colleague or tell her boss, and at that point, then the management deals with it. I agree that harassment is really open to interpretation, and so are a couple of other these. Common decency. I'm embarrassed to say that I've dropped the F-bomb at least every single place that I've been employed, probably since high school, and had to at least once, and had to apologize to 23 people in writing. So these things happen, and that potentially was not common decency. Although in the moment, it felt terrific, you know. So I believe that this is a I'm saying this in public, right? I believe that is a management issue, and then we should know. There is no legal definition for those individual words, am I right?
Correct. Well, I think there's some for harassment in the penal code.
Okay, but our expectation is that management can handle it on that level where questions arise. But once it's a real clear, then it's not an issue.
I think also we got to keep in mind, there's a fine line between passion and anger. And I think everybody has been really good at deciphering between the two. This looks like muscle that doesn't necessarily have to be used. If somebody's going there and you see it as one of these things, you may now offer the fact that, hey, listen, if you continue this could be grounds for me to file a complaint on you. How do you want to, solve this matter?
Right.
So I think it's not necessarily muscle. It has to be, you use the word may constitute.
Right.
So I think it gives everyone some muscle of protection, which we can use wisely and to help decipher between passion and anger.
And I'd like to say one thing, Francis, I told you wrong earlier. I said, when you asked about could the individual go straight and file the complaint, they cannot. That says council initiated. That would have to be signed off on by the ED for the council.
Thank you.
Would it be helpful to refer specifically to the tort that you mentioned somewhere in there to give some kind of definition?
I would not refer to the tort
Okay,
of
okay.
IIED.
Okay.
That'll throw people way off.
I was thinking in terms of just helping them understand what does this actually mean.
Yeah.
So.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Christina Kaiser with
Yes.
CDLR. The amount of discussion that's happened here kind of illustrates to me the very subjective nature of this language. And being a person with a background in enforcement, I'm looking at this as something that, if it went to a hearing, would be just about impossible to prove, because it would be, if it's fully contested, it would go to a hearing before SOA, and so you would have to persuade a judge that all of these standards were met. So, the fact that Darrell has referred to the penal code several times suggests, are we talking about something that's really a matter for the criminal law enforcement authorities? If someone gets that out of hand, is this not just a matter for referring to law enforcement? Kind of harking back to something that Councilmember Francis mentioned earlier about the process, even if you don't prevail, if the agency doesn't prevail in that enforcement process, that person has had to go through that process. And on the flip side, the agency has also had to go through that process. And do you want to expend your very limited enforcement resources on something like this, which to me smells more like a criminal matter?
I think it's just there for our protection. If we can escort that person and the person leaves, it goes away. But I think to have something in the book is for our protection, but I've been on the board for almost 12 years, probably once or twice it has happened. So it's not something that is that common.
Right.
Let's revisit it at the committee level, because there has been a lot of discussion, and see if we can come up with more acceptable language. But I agree, this is subjective, and there's not much way around it that I can see, but perhaps my betters can.
Could I add one point for the committee level discussion? Is when I first read this, what it brought me to is what's occurred in some of our board meetings where we've had public comments and people not understanding the process. And they will start talking when that time is over and not understanding it. And I've seen Daryl do a very good job of redirecting them to try to help them understand. People get very frustrated by that, which I understand. They want to be heard. They don't understand at the beginning of the meeting is when they had that opportunity. And so I saw it in that, for that example, so that it doesn't interrupt our process as a board. When it interferes with our functioning, when it interferes with the process, when it is, it causes, I've felt uneasy more than once in our board meetings, and I have a pretty thick skin. So I feel like it's a deterrent. I feel like it's something to fall back on. It gives somebody in a position that Daryl is in on our board to be able to try to shut it down in a way that it doesn't look like it's personal. It's part of the procedure. Because it does interfere with our functioning as a board if it occurs during a board meeting. So at the committee level, I'd like to look at it as that example also, rather than just staff or individual board members.
Thank you. Are we ready to move forward? Anybody else?
Okay, next rule is I would say this is the big enchilada here. This is the rulemaking. This is kind of what we're all here for. This is the rule that sets out the process for how the council will adopt rules and kind of the relationship between the council and member boards with regard to rulemaking. Obviously, paragraph A is just will abide by 2001, the APA. We're here to carry out Chapter 507. Paragraph B is where the meat of this starts. It talks about the council, the council, have the exclusive rulemaking authority. You are the only ones that have the ability to propose and adopt rules with the Texas Register. We need to be careful not to get too tangled up on, saying, well, is a rule that comes from a member board a proposed rule? I don't want to get into this semantical argument really about that, because the statutes are clear under Chapter 507. This is the body where rulemaking has to take place, where formal rulemaking has to take place. You decide what goes to the Texas Register to be proposed. You decide what gets adopted. Now, the member boards are the ones that decide what substantive rules get to go up to the council. We can't originate rules that deal with scope of practice, standard of care, that kind of stuff, continuing education. But all rules have to flow through you, and that's what paragraph B is trying to make clear, is that all the rules need to flow through this body. And it is your job, when you're reviewing rules that come up from the member boards, you're really charged with conducting 3 types of analyses of those rules: the anti-competitive analysis, administrative consistency, and good governance. Those phrases come from both statute and the management action that Sunset issued. A lot of people seem to forget about the management action, but that is something we are bound by just the same as we are the statutes that govern us. And we can't forget about that. That's in that Sunset report. So, and these are all phrases that come from those 2 sources. So that's why we have paragraph B worded the way it is. Now, C, this is where we start talking about limits on the council and exclusive authority for the member boards. 507.153, that's the statute that sets out what the member boards have the exclusive authority for. Scope of, I'm not going to go into it. We all know what those are, but scope of practice, continuing education, schedule of sanctions. you guys, the member boards, get to decide kind of the nuts and bolts of how the profession works. The council gets to decide the procedures on how applications and licensing work, renewals, and complaints and enforcement. But C, I think C is important because those of us, all of you were here. All of you got to witness the blood and guts that went on during the 2 sunset reviews we all went through. You know what blood was spilled. You know you were there for the arguments. Some of you even went up there. We all got chewed out together. It was a grand old time. And what came about as a result of this was this kind of grand bargain was struck that we all arrived at. And the balance is, like I've already said, you do the procedure, member boards, you come up with the substantive. Council, we're going to review those substantive rules to make sure they don't have an unlawful anti-competitive effect, that they're administratively consistent, and that they don't violate some good governance concerns. That's what C is designed to do. It's designed to provide some reassurance to the member boards that this council recognizes that the member boards have the authority in certain areas to promulgate rules. When I say promulgate, again, they still have to come up to the council and be proposed and adopted, but they have to originate with the member board. I'm trying to pay homage through C. I'm trying to pay homage to this kind of grand bargain that everybody struck during the legislative process. I think it's important that we do that. There were a lot of hurt feelings during the legislative process. Lots of stakeholders felt strongly one way, others felt, a different way. This was kind of the grand bargain we all arrived at, and I want to make sure we pay homage to that and that we don't, just kind of brush it off to the side, because it was a very important driving factor behind where we are. So that's why we have paragraph C worded the way it is. Paragraph D deals with, now we're into more of the process of how it works. So in a nutshell, let's say the psych board wants to change the number of continuing education hours that we require for everybody to do. We want to boost it to 60 hours. They will go through the process of developing that rule. They'll develop the preamble. Hopefully they will run it by stakeholders, involve stakeholder input, and then once that rule is put into the proper format, just like you would if you were sending the rule to the register yourself. This rule requires them to do that. You don't get to, there ain't going to be any of this writing it out on a Big Chief tablet and then handing it up to the council to decipher and do. It's going to have to be done according to the APA's requirements at the member board level. It will then go to, this isn't in the rule, but from a very practical standpoint, it will then need to go to the governor's informal review process with Mr. Smith. Once he's cleared it, it will then go up to the council, and that's when you will conduct your review of it. Member boards will need to make sure they do all the preambles. You'll need to make sure you've done the rural economic impact. There's 6 or 7 different kinds of analysis we have to do. All of that needs to be done at the member board level. It doesn't make sense to send something up to a higher level if you haven't already done that, because if those analyses tell you there's something wrong with it, you're just wasting everybody's time by sending it on up the chain. So we need to be doing that all at that level. Then, when it actually hits the council, if it's made it through the governor's informal review process, when it hits the council, that's when E will kick in. And as the council, you don't have to just necessarily adopt a rule per se. I mean, if you don't think the analyses done in the preambles were sufficient enough, or if you have questions, E provides you with several tools and mechanisms. You can send it back. You can conduct analyses yourself. You can conduct public hearings yourself. You can send it back to the member boards to tell them to conduct the public hearings. You've got several tools in your bag here. So what I'm trying to do is I don't want any one board to be able to pawn off work on the other, is what I'm trying to avoid. But I want us all to do the work as we go along, so that no one entity gets saddled with doing everything, is what I'm trying to do there. F, once you've hit a draft rule, or once a draft rule comes up to the board, now here's where, again, we have to kind of pay respect or pay homage to your authority. if we're talking about a rule that deals with continuing education or scope of practice, you're only looking at it for those three things that we talked about. Anti-competitive impact, administrative consistency, good governance. If it doesn't violate, one of those principles, I don't know why you would ever reject it, is what I'm trying to say. But your role as the council is, when you get a rule, you can't just rewrite it. That's not what you're here for when it comes up from a member board. You either have to accept that draft rule as it's proposed, or once you've gone through those steps we just talked about, public hearings, sending it back, what have you, you can kick it back to the member boards and have them do stuff. Let's see, I can't hardly see that far off anymore. When I'm not gonna read this. You guys have already read all this. I don't want to waste a bunch of time doing that, and I'm afraid that's what I'm doing. But one of the things I do want y'all to look at is under paragraph I. I have set out, and we've looked at it in the task force. What we've done here is we've tried to set out the criteria. We want to establish in rule what are the criteria we're going to be looking at when we judge a rule. And what we've done here is we've set out the criteria that we think is probably best that the council be doing this, and here's why. If you're not doing it, I can assure you the governor's office will be doing it. And so if we don't do it at this level and we end up sending something over to Erin at the Regulatory Compliance Division, she's going to be doing these same analyses, these same steps. She's going to be asking these same questions. We might as well figure out at our level whether it's going to fly or not before we waste her time sending it over there and have egg on her face when she kicks it back and says, no, it's not acceptable. I would much rather find that out at this level. So that's why we have those 6, I don't know, what is it, 4, 5 or 6 criteria. Now let me tell you where I got those from. Those are not things that I just thought up. Those come from, I think it's the Code Construction Act. There's actually a set of statutes that the legislature imposes on itself. It says we need to look at XYZ factors before we're going to impose any new regulatory scheme on people in the state. A lot of these factors come from that. Some of these factors also come from Senate Bill 1995, which is the bill that created the Regulatory Compliance Division that we're all going to be answering to on certain anti-competitive rules. So these are not new, or they're not different standards from what either the legislature or the governor is going to use whenever they review rules. So what I'm trying to say is we're going to be using established metrics to determine whether or not these rules will pass muster. So is there any questions about that process? I stumbled through that, but I'm sure y'all done your homework on that.
Any questions or concerns?
All right, the next one is the petition for rulemaking. This is just it's a statutory requirement. All agencies are required to have a mechanism where anybody can petition that agency for a change in the rules. In the recent years, they've changed it so that an interested person it has a very specific statutory meaning. So we naturally want to incorporate that in there. But other than that, there's not really any magic to that particular rule. If no questions, moving on to the next one, the personnel subdivision, or subchapter C with personnel. I actually borrowed a lot of this from TDLR's definition of executive director. I plagiarized them, and I think maybe the nursing board or somebody else. It's a combination of 2 different agencies. I know TDLR is in there. Basically, just defining what the ED's role is and who that individual is responsible to. That. Can't say any more than what the rule's written there. The next one is agency staff training and education. I know this rule, we're about to go through some incredibly boring rules to read. And I don't enjoy writing this stuff, but we're required to have this type of stuff by statute. So I'm not doing this to punish y'all. There it is. That's the law on agency staff training. The next one is sick leave pool. Again, it's another rule that's required by statute. We're required to maintain and operate a sick leave pool according to certain standards, human resources standards. Nothing magic there. The next one is the contracts and procurement. This stuff will make you want to poke yourself in the eye with a sharp stick, reading this kind of stuff. Agency contracts and purchasing, again, these are very standardized rules. You refer a lot to the comptroller's rules. I don't know what to tell you other than what is written, if you have any questions. And then the last one is the use of the hub, use of historically underutilized businesses. Again, we're adopting basically rules that are already out there. Yes.
And this is the end before, before applications and licensure draft rules. Perhaps we should take a 10-minute break? What, oh, I wasn't reading your lips, I was turning. I might also add that staff never plagiarize, they simply lift language.
Yes, yes, that's what I meant to say.
I'm sure that's what you meant to say. So let's take 10 minutes, thank you all so much. Shall we come back to order?
That's a state term.
So what line are we on?
Doing the same thing, yes.
Rules for applications.
Take a deep gulp.
Going in.
Think about it, we got applications and licensure. Get 2 glasses.
Yeah. 40-something pages.
40?
No, just easy 40.
Mr. Spinks, when you're ready, let's begin with draft rules, applications, and licensure.
Okay. The first one is the application process. I will tell y'all, this one we still need a little bit of work on. Basically, what we've done is we want to outline for the stakeholders what the process will be, what steps will the council take whenever it's reviewing an application. So it's kind of modeled after one of our rules, but let's see. I still need to do some work in paragraph A3. I need to visit some more with Mr. Spear and Ms. Nowak. I want to make sure that we've got that worded correctly. A lot of what drives the application process is how things are processed in our database. Fortunately, we all use the same database, Versa, so that's good, but we all handle applications a little bit different, the way we process them. Just by way of example, I think most of Mr. Spear's boards, except for maybe the LPCs, you apply for licensure, and that application will stay open for 1 year. In other words, the applicant has 1 year to get everything to the board before the board actually begins the processing of the application. Whereas at the psychology board, we have 90 days. Ideally, I would like that process to be the same. You want to have everything as standardized as possible. I'm going to be very candid with y'all. I don't think we're going to get there right now in this first iteration of the rule. I think that's something we're going to have to tackle later on. The reason being is we have such a short time frame on getting rules implemented. We've got to have the thing up and running by September 1st. And to try to hammer out the details, I think there's probably going to be some pretty significant changes in how we actually handle applications, and I don't want to try to hammer out those details in a hurried fashion. I would rather keep doing it the way we're doing it right now and not rock the boat, and then we'll tackle that later on once we've got some breathing room on the other side of that September 1st deadline. But I still need to visit with Mr. Spear on that third paragraph there. I just want to make sure it works, that mechanically it functions. But we're trying to kind of respect the way things are right now so that it's going to be familiar, is what I'm trying to say. How things are processed now, it will be familiar. One thing I would point out, if you look under paragraph 4 there, A4, I wanted to show what the review process is whenever we hit an issue with an application. I wanted to make sure that was clear for everybody. Again, because we have member boards and we have a council and we have staff. So I wanted that kind of spelled out as to what the steps will be whenever we're reviewing it. And so these are the steps that we go through, and I wanted to make sure that we're clear that until it's resolved to the agency's satisfaction. In other words, if there's some substantive issue, we go through those steps until staff and the agency are satisfied that, okay, this is the right result. This is not the process where if an applicant disagrees with the decision, this is not the rule that governs their right to appeal. That's going to be a different rule. Here's what I'm saying. Here's the process for how we go at the staff level, is what I'm trying to say.
What would be an example of this, please?
Okay. An applicant comes in with a degree in some kind of humanistic studies instead of psychology or marriage and family therapy. I look at it, I've never seen it before, I'm not sure what to do. or the staff looks at it, they're going to take it to their manager. If they don't know, they'll take it to the executive director, and from there it would go to an applications or licensing committee, depending on what you call it. That's an example. Criminal histories might be another example. Those types of things. Whether or not supervised experience would qualify, those types of things are what we're kind of contemplating. Those are the things we encounter at the site.
Thank you.
That's it on that process. The next one is the general application file requirements. What I've done here is I went through all of our licensing rules and I tried to capture what are the minimum things we all require before we will approve someone to sit for an exam or before we'll approve them for licensure. You know, I wanted something in rule that said at a minimum you've got to have these things in your application for it to be considered complete. So that's really what that is. Now, I will say, I'm not sure how it's been handled at the LPC board. I can't recall off the top of my head, but we have always required applicants to supply us with an official transcript directly from the university. One of the things I've often wondered is why do we not accept transcripts from credentials banks or that are delivered by transcript delivery services? I've always thought we ought to accept those things. So I've kind of expanded the sources from which we will accept things like transcripts to what I believe are pretty reliable sources, you know, credentials banks, transcript delivery services. So, you know, you're going to see some changes in there. This is the rule that also will implement, or the requirement for the fingerprint criminal history background check. People are also going to be required as part of this application file requirement to submit a self-query report from the NPDB. That's just a matter, that will be part of your application package. You'll have to submit that. That's a statutory requirement. Let's see, the verification of the citizenship and immigration status, again, that is a federal requirement. I'll be candid, I did not even know about that requirement until probably 3 or 4 years ago, until somebody in Wyoming pointed out we didn't have it, and that it was a requirement, my counterpart in Wyoming. So under federal law, we're supposed to be doing that type of check though, so that's in there. Obviously, we all handle examinations in a little bit different manner. I kind of foresee the psychology board adopting more how the PLCU unit agencies do it. For example, on the jurisprudence examination, you guys allow your applicants to take the jurisprudence exam beforehand. I think that's a really good idea. We do not do that, but I think we're going to try to transition towards that direction because I think that can only speed up the application process. But I had to write this to account for different ways we all, you know, we do, like, for example, the LPCs, they take, I think, their national exam before they ever apply. Our LSSPs do it the same way, but everybody else has to apply and then get permission to take the exam. So it's written in kind of a generic fashion, but it should accompany, you know, all our agencies the way we're doing it. Review and appeal of license denials. This sets up the process for if an applicant is not happy with the decision that agency staff or a member board makes, or you know, it sets up the process for how to appeal it. You can appeal from staff. If you don't like it, you can appeal it to the member board. From the member board, you go to SOA, and then whatever SOA's decision is what the council really has to implement. We don't have a whole lot of say in that. So that's kind of the process for how the appeals will work.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
This is Christina Kaiser with TDLR. I wanted to offer a few comments on this provision and how it relates back to a previous provision. On the page that relates to the application process in general, so I'm sorry, Dustin, can you back up a couple of pages? Where the listing is of the immediate supervisor.
Oh, yes.
And then all the step-by-step of who everything goes through.
So the first part of it, right?
Yeah, it's A.
Subchapter A, item 4.
4, thank you. My eyes aren't that good anymore either. So my most basic comment is that this is a very specific internal procedure, and our opinion would be that this level of internal detail does not need to be spelled out in the rule because it puts a lot of limitation on the agency to handle things quickly and with common sense. I am more concerned, just from a legal perspective, though, about 4F, having the executive council in that list of people who will be involved in this sort of informal resolution. Because if the thing is not resolved, then your applicant, a few pages later, has the opportunity to file, to appeal. The agency would do a denial or proposed denial of the application, and then your applicant has the right to appeal, request a hearing, and then what happens? After the hearing, the case will come back to you for a final decision. So if you've already been in the decision-making process at the informal level, back there a few pages previously, then in my view, you're all conflicted out, or whoever was involved in that informal part of the attempted resolution is then conflicted out from being involved in the discussion of that contested case on the denial of an application. So that's
Good point.
for what it's worth. And then on the page that's entitled Review and Appeal of License Denials, again, my impression is, and you know, I'm coming from the TDLR perspective, so please recognize that. There's a lot of extra layers of review going on here that, in my view, are not necessary. If the application is incomplete, or if the application needs to be denied because someone doesn't meet some qualification, the application should be denied, go through the SOA process, and come for a final decision. That's still going to have to happen at the end of all that. And as I mentioned before, the executive council doesn't need to be involved early on because they would have to make a decision. You know, I recognize that a lot of this procedure is procedure that people are comfortable with and familiar with from previous functionings of the independent agencies. But in my view, this is a lot of extra levels of analysis and intervention by a lot of different people that just ultimately drags out the process, and it doesn't really result in a final resolution. The contested case in front of SOA and then in front of this council is your final resolution.
And that's one of the objectives of the Sunset Commission, isn't that right? To reduce the time, the delays it takes in processing licenses.
I believe so, yes.
Let me kind of respond to some of that.
But just one comment before it goes right out of my head, if you don't mind. I do think, on that item 4, when it talks about the different levels on page 1, I think that that's important to have in the process. I agree that it's not necessarily important to have it in the rules because it's so lengthy. Just in general, for the folks out there, it's 40 pages long, and that's just this section. So anytime we can be concise but adopted at a managerial level does appeal to me anyway. I don't know what others think. Darrell, were you going to say something before?
Yeah,
Council members?
I'm not as worried about the conflict area, because if you recall from our conflict rule, the way it is written, you would not be conflicted out, simply because the council had to weigh in on some informal matter on a licensing matter. What would conflict the council out is if you weighed in informally on an enforcement type matter. That's what conflicts you out. So the conflict rule is written so that you're not conflicted out when you provide opinions or input on applications or licensing stuff.
Conflicted out means when it comes back, if it were to come back to us, is that?
Correct.
Because
that
we've
you
already
couldn't set, yeah.
exercised an opinion
Yeah.
or, okay, got it.
And remember, when something comes back from SOA, the ALJ makes findings of fact, which you're married to. You can't change the findings of fact.
Say
You can
okay
change
again?
some of the conclusions of law.
The administrative law judge, it's
Got
the
it.
judge at
Sorry.
SOA.
I'm sorry. I don't do that
You
kind
can
of-
change some of the you can change some conclusions of law if you meet certain criteria, but the findings of fact are what the ALJ says they are. You can't change that, so you would have to render your decision based on the record. So I don't see an issue with the conflict there. And, again, one of the reasons this rule was written this way is to respect this grand bargain that we all struck. what I worry about, if we strip it so that an applicant appeals directly from a staff decision over to SOA, you have now taken away really the member board's ability to weigh in on that issue directly. And that's something that a lot of the license holders and the stakeholders wanted whenever we did this. They wanted to make sure that their member boards weren't removed from the decision-making process. And I think you would do that all together if you said, well, you're just going to go straight from the agency or the staff decision level to SOA and then back to the council. You've now stripped the member boards out of the decision-making process altogether. I don't think that's what was intended or contemplated by the stakeholders or any of us that went through all this. So that's why it's written the way it is to kind of pay homage to that.
Any comments from council members? or
Doesn't this,
concerns?
I do have, I guess, a question. This process of going through reviewing staff's immediate supervisor, licensing manager, the ED, the committee established by the member board, the full member board, and then to the executive council, that pretty much mirrors the process for if an applicant is denied for some reason. That's pretty much the process that's currently followed at the member board level, correct? Correct. Because I know we've had some at the psychology board where we had somebody come plead their case before the whole board who had been denied, and it gave us a lot of latitude to put restrictions or conditions, and it worked. And so I feel quite confident in the member board's ability to do this, and if some member board, ran amok, you've got ultimately the executive council that could do something.
You've got SOA and the executive.
Yeah, I see all of those layers as being really good safeguards and processes to make sure that it doesn't get to us and may not have to go to SOA.
Yeah, now I will say one thing, I'll play devil's advocate for a minute. Oftentimes when people know there is one more process to which they can appeal, they will always, avail themselves of that. And so, we have to weigh that in, but I just know having gone through it and lived through it and what I think were the expectations and intentions of the parties, I did not feel comfortable cutting the member boards out of that process. I felt like that was something they wanted to be part of, and that's something that the stakeholders wanted them to be part of as well.
I just imagine if it went to SOA, let's just say something goes all the way to SOA, if literally the member board denied an applicant, this board denied an applicant, it gets to SOA, I imagine that our general counsel is going to have a slam dunk summary judgment kind of case. If all of those steps were denials, there's got to be something there, a good reason at that point, I would say.
One would hope so.
So the informals will be included in the full member board?
The informal settlement conferences?
Yes, uh-huh.
Yeah, we haven't got to that. Those are really more in the complaints and the enforcement side. What we're talking about here is, let me just give you an example from how we've done it in the psych board. We had an individual come in with some type of counseling degree. I don't remember what it was, but it was a counseling degree. We at the staff level felt like, no, that doesn't qualify as a psychology. We're going to deny you. This individual wanted to appeal it. And we said, well, look, before we waste the time of going to SOA, we'll let you plead your case before the full board, and if you can convince them, then we don't need to go to SOA. Well, the board agreed with the staff and said, no, that's not a psychology degree. We then took it to SOA. SOA then agreed with us that it was not, and she was ultimately denied. That's kind of how I envision this working. The ISCs are really more, that's really more on the enforcement side of it than what we're talking about here. Because you don't really take applicants to ISCs except in very, very unique circumstances.
So, Mr. Spinks, before this process, the suggested process here, we didn't exist as an executive council.
Correct.
And so after it went to the full member board, then it would go to SOA.
Correct.
And so I guess what my thoughts on this are is that we try to maintain the reason of why we exist and keep our functions as close and as tight as possible and as clean and as lean as possible so that we, like I said, we don't meet often, and when we do, we need to kick through the business at hand. By adding us into the process like this, we're now adding things that were not probably part of the original intention of the creation of this body. And I did not hear a whole lot in Sunset about this portion of complaints about that process. What I heard about from Sunset was that it was too open of a process, at least from the MFT board, right? That we were shaming people in public, or so they perceived, right? But it wasn't so much the escalation path. That was not brought up necessarily in the discussion. So I don't necessarily know that I'm in agreement to changing the process, because that part wasn't broken. And all it's going to do is to potentially add more work to this body that takes away from the original intent of it. So I would say to take that out. That would be my recommendation to the team.
Are you talking about on A4?
The F4F, when going through the applicants contain a substantive.
Okay.
Stop at E, you mean.
Right, stop at E.
It would just
And-
go straight to SOA after the member board?
Yeah.
And that's the way the
That's the way it
appeal
works now.
process, that's the way the appeal process is actually, if you read that rule, you don't, if staff deny, the way this is worked, if staff were to deny an application, the applicant can appeal it to the member board. If the member board denies it, it goes straight to SOA under the way this denial rule is written. It would not go to the council, but I get what you're saying. There's a little extra step in there when staff are seeking kind of informal review of things. They could go to the council, and you're talking about taking that out.
Right, I'm just trying to keep this as lean and as clean as possible so that we can focus on what we're being asked to focus on.
Gotcha.
Because I think this could very quickly become a quagmire of things coming to us and adding to this process, that it would take away and slow things down versus speeding things up. And that's just what I want to be conscious of.
And of course, the council will, anything that's appealed from a member board over to SOA is going to automatically come to the council, because you're the final arbiter on that. So you're going to be involved there.
But just take it out of the informal process.
Gotcha.
And
I mean, yeah, if that's y'all's will, we'll
Consensus on that?
take it out.
Y'all agree? Any comments? Okay. Any other comments
We-
in this regard? In regard to Ms. Kaiser's remarks about being conflicted out?
Is the consensus to pull out that, the executive council at that
Yes, I think
informal
it is.
level?
Anybody object? In which case, on the review and appeal of license denials, then C no longer applies? Then that's a question?
No, C still applies, because
C
when it comes
exceeded
back from
the
SOA, the council will have to render
gotcha.
the final decision. Okay, the next rule is the assistance and licensing determinations. This rule has a statutory, there's a statute that kind of gives rise to this. Basically, anytime there is a question about an individual's competency or qualifications to provide services, the council is supposed to ask for assistance from a member board in determining those questions. The way the statute is worded, the council does not have to follow the member board's recommendations on this issue. But the way the management action is worded, I think, the management action is worded a little bit different than the statute. But the statute basically says, council, you're supposed to ask for the member board's input whenever you've got a licensing determination before you, but you don't have to follow it. It doesn't say that. Unlike on the enforcement side, when we get there, you'll see that you have to follow the member board's recommendation. But what you have to do when a licensing question comes up, again, what you're doing is you have a very limited review. You're just looking to see, is the member board's determination, is it anti-competitive? Is it administratively consistent, or does it comport with good governance concerns? Those are really the three things that we're looking at here. And that's what I've tried to encompass here. It's just kind of that, I know the word limited sometimes, look, we're a body of limited authority. I'm just going to say that we are. I mean, there are limitations on what the council can do. There's limitations on what every agency can do. And what I'm trying to do with this rule is kind of respect some of those limitations. You know what, I can't say any better, really. Do you have any questions for what I've got, over what's
I'm
written?
wondering, under what circumstances would this council ever not follow a board member's recommendation for licensing?
The only thing and they're kind of wild, outlandish scenarios,
Okay,
is if somebody, if a member board recommends denying somebody whose criminal history doesn't disqualify them for licensure, then the council would need to override the member board there and go, no, that, possession of marijuana is not a disqualifying conviction, and therefore, whatever it is, is not a disqualifying conviction, and you need to give them, we're gonna give them the license. That type of thing.
But the boards have those matrix that they have to follow.
Correct, and that's why I'm saying is if you just completely ignored it and went off the rails, the council would be there as a check. From a very practical standpoint, I think the chair's right. I have trouble envisioning a scenario that's really rational that would play out where you're gonna ignore the recommendation of the member board, but you have to plan for the worst. That's why you have statutes like this, so. Any questions?
You're good to go. Jurisprudence.
The next one is the jurisprudence examination requirement. This is something that I haven't shown to the incubation task force, so I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it, but remember we talked a little bit ago about how y'all's boards, the PLCU boards, your jurisprudence examination occurs mostly prior to application, ours does not. I think I want to visit with the staff some more, with Mr. Spear and his folks some more, but I'm thinking it may be best to require the jurisprudence exam to occur prior to applying. That'll speed things up. That'll affect us more than really anybody else. Now, you may ask, well, what's the consequence if they don't? Well, their application's just incomplete it's not like they're going to get punished for it or anything. But I think that will probably be a good method for speeding up, reducing our average processing time on applications. But that would be a change probably more felt by the psych board. The next one is limitation on number of examination attempts. This is a statutory requirement. We started looking at doing this long before Sunset came along, and then I watched the state bar undergo its Sunset review, and they got in a little bit of trouble. They had kind of a lifetime ban. I think if you failed the bar exam more than 5 times, you could never become a lawyer in Texas. And they got in a little bit of trouble over that. And so we backed off, and we visited with Sunset, and Sunset gave us a statute that says, council, you shall develop a rule that addresses multiple failures on an examination and requires some sort of review. Now, here's the problem. I had to strike a balance with this rule. Most of us don't I don't think any of us actually own our national exams. The boards don't own those exams. We don't own any PPP, LMFTs, that's all handled by some other association out there, a private party usually. We own the jurisprudence exam, but again, you guys require that beforehand. So, in all honesty, this rule probably won't affect anybody, to be honest with you, because we no longer require an oral examination. It might, I'll take it back, it would affect our folks who take the EPPP. If they fail the EPPP more than 3 times, they would have to come before the member board and advise them of a study plan before we would reauthorize them. But this is something, it's statutorily required. If we need be, we can look and revisit the number of attempts and kind of the wording on what we want them to do whenever they come before us to show us what their study plan is. But we need something in place there.
And I'm sorry, this is for
Examinations.
any exam?
Any exam, yeah.
The national exam.
Now, again, the exams that you take beforehand are carved out because we don't authorize you to take those exams. Like the LPCs, for example, they don't get the board's approval to take, am I right, Kim? They don't get the board's approval to take that. Same way with our LSSP. I guess if they failed those exams 5 or 6 times, we'd never know about it because they're not coming to us. But if you fail the EPPP 3 times, you're going to have to come before the psych board and show them, here's my study plan for how I intend to pass it the next go-around. Then the psychology board would reauthorize you to take it again. Same way for LMFTs and the social work board as well.
How many times do they pre-authorize? Does it matter?
It's beyond our control. That's
So the statute requires a detailed study plan?
no, the statute does not. Well,
The board requires.
I can't remember, Madam Chair, exactly what the wording of that statute is now. It does require them to show, I think, what effort they're going to make in order to pass it the next go-around. I just can't remember the exact wording of it. But this one, you know, I guess if you have any questions about it, we can talk about it, but we have to do something there. Okay, the next one is the reasonable accommodations rule. This is a rule that dictates if someone is going to apply to the board and they want to request some type of reasonable accommodation on an exam, we really don't have a rule in place right now that governs what all you have to show in connection with that request. And we talked a lot about this at the national level with my counterparts. Let me tell you where this rule comes from. I get a lot of requests for reasonable accommodations that are one-line sentences, usually from a doctor or some kind of provider saying, Daryl has this disability and he needs this accommodation. And there's actually no supporting evidence, no supporting statements whatsoever of what it is. I guess I question the validity of those types of statements, and I worry about what that does to the validity of the exam if people are maybe fudging a little bit on when they're applying for that, and it kind of can turn the process into an unfair process. Somebody can have an unfair advantage over others. This rule is meant to address that. It's meant to make you've got to state what your disability is. You need to tell us, you need to provide us with an actual diagnosis of that disability and some supporting documentation of it. Now, the version that you're seeing here is a little different than the reason it's highlighted is because it's a little different than what we looked at in the task force. I actually broke it into 2 parts. C1 through 4 is the mandatory stuff. If you're going to ask for an accommodation, you've got to show us, you've got to provide us with those things. Under D, these are things that it's recommended that you also provide us, but it's not mandatory. But those would assist the agency in determining whether or not your request for accommodations is reasonable or is legitimate, and whether or not the accommodations you request are reasonable accommodations. So that's the version of the rule right now. Any questions?
What kind of accommodations do you see in those one-line things? Like, what is an example of the disability, and what are they asking us to allow?
You'll see anything from, I had one in my office this morning for knee pain. And it was a 1-sentence, patient has, I forget the name of it, patient has knee pain, and they didn't even request an accommodation. They just left it at that. And I'm like, okay, I don't really know how to handle that.
Right with your hand, not your knee.
I ended up giving them a separate testing room so that they could stand up at will and stretch. But separate testing rooms cost a lot of money. And so we're not paying it, the board is not paying it, but the test vendor does, and that gets factored into the cost of the exam, obviously. So we need to be taking that type of stuff into account. And once upon a time, we did have to pay for that. So if it gets too much, you don't want the vendors going, we're tired of you green-lighting all these accommodations and us having to pay for it. We're going to kick that back on you. ADHD,
Dyslexia.
Anxiety.
Yeah, because all kinds of anxiety. The most common accommodations we make are extended test times. We'll give you an extra 2 hours, double the test time. You can bring a stool in to set your leg on. That kind of stuff is what we see mostly.
Interesting, under D2, it has a list of all test instruments used or relied upon when making or confirming the diagnosis. I understand why that might be in there. The question I guess I have is staff prepared, and do they know what those testing instruments are, much less how to read the scores? Are we asking for something that we can really do something with?
We'd have to get outside help on some of those too.
And so, if we do that, I guess my question is, why do we need to do that? If we have the part above that is required to make us believe, and we're comfortable that what they say is the actual case, to provide them with whatever accommodations, that extra cost and the extra work that's involved there on the staff, I'm not sure is necessary, and I would not see that, the need to have that in this. I'd probably strike that section.
D altogether.
2, right?
D2 specifically.
D2.
Because I don't know that, we can't read it. We don't even know what it is or the scores. And do we want to be in the business of reading test scores and exception? It's just a different business than what our core is.
Well, not really. I mean, because we get letters from psychologists all the time, and reports from psychologists that do these types of, they'll make the diagnosis and submit the letter of support for the applicant. So obviously my folks are qualified to, maybe my licensees are qualified to do that, and I can call upon licensees, professional reviewers to help me out with that. But I get what you're saying, as far as if it's an MD that sends it in, my folks wouldn't be qualified.
I'm thinking of people who have been diagnosed so early in life that they no longer have those instruments or scores. I think that this puts a burden, and I was one of the people that was outspoken on the incubation task force. In addition, on item C3, if an adult, I don't consider someone who's 30 an adult, but let's say someone who's between 25 and 35 years old is looking at this, hasn't been able to afford that instrumentation, but can't afford that visit with a PCP or a consultation with a psychologist. They may not have those things. And as for a description of accommodations, there was a time not long ago when no accommodations were given, even if you asked, depending on your circumstances. I feel like we ought to look at this much more carefully. I'm thinking of the student with ADHD who requested but did not receive accommodations. The student who takes an SAT and doesn't request the accommodations because rumor is the SAT red flags them, and colleges. There's too many. I feel like this is burdensome, and I feel like I don't want to use the word discriminatory, but there's got to be a nicer word than that isn't discriminatory, but I can't think for the life of me what it is. But I think it's putting some people at a disadvantage.
I'll say this, I don't disagree with a word you said. I do want to make sure that in this rule, though, that we give staff the ability and ourselves the ability to where when somebody says I have anxiety and I have my emotional distress parrot that I want to take with me to a test, that we can say, no, that's ridiculous, and have the actual documentation to say that it is ridiculous if it is.
Because it is also misused.
Yes.
A lot. Especially anxiety. Everybody gets anxiety taking up a professional state licensing exam.
That would be normal. I think the concern is people that say they have an attention deficit and there's no documentation to show that. So I think we're trying to accomplish two things. Not handicap people who, the scenarios we just heard, and then also to discourage people from just coming in and saying certain things to get an advantage rather than leveling the playing field. Right. And what I'm wondering is how many of these people who are applying to take the written exam have just been in school in the last 10 years or so and may already have what they need in place because this isn't the first time they've asked for accommodations. I would think that it's a process, but I don't know. It's my question. Is it a process that they already are prepared for and have the documentation that we see repeatedly? I would think that they already have that to show because it's not the first time they've asked.
I will say, what percentage, there's a good number that show us, these are the accommodations I received in college. I had, this was the disability that I claimed in college, here's the accommodations I received. Those are kind of no-brainers.
Right.
when you get those.
And is that the majority?
I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head.
Because I can speak to, I had an accommodation, and because I was pregnant, and I needed to get up frequently, and so I just wanted to make sure it wasn't disruptive to others. And I also needed to bring Coke with me. And so, there were certain things that leveled the playing field so that I could accomplish what the goal was, and I had the need, and it's a long time ago. And I had the needed documentation for that. And so that's a one-time thing, but I would think that majority of them, it's an accommodation they've asked for previously. It's something that they're prepared with the documentation and anticipate us asking for it, so.
I'd like to add that both the governor and Sunset have asked us to remove barriers to licensure as best we can. We also have a balancing act with the ADA. I don't see anything wrong with if telling them, what do you have, what do you need, and give us some proof on that. D, getting rid of D, I think is, that can hamstring us a little bit more. But I don't think people that actually, like you're saying, if they have it, they would be used to being able to say, yeah, I have this and I need this, and here's some proof. So C4, I think, is fair enough.
I'd have to say, I think a lot of disabilities, though, are stigmatized, and the people taking the test themselves feel hampered by that. Why don't we agree that we need to look at this very, very carefully? Because there is a wide range of opinions, and folks with different kinds of mental health and other than actual physical disabilities sometimes don't get the consideration that is needed. And yes, I'm sure there's lots of folks that are willing to scam, but it's up to us to make this, to very carefully balance the needs of those who truly are at some disadvantage and those who are not. So can we agree as a committee to look at this more carefully?
Yes.
Chair Canseco?
Yes?
I know you're attempting to move on from this issue.
Sorry.
One thing that I think it's important to always bear in mind is, does something even need to be in the rules? And I learned from my boss and the boss before him a long time ago, sometimes you ask the question, how big a problem is this? And I don't want to put Daryl on the spot or Tim or anyone, but that's a good question to ask, is how often does this come up? And is it such a big thing that it needs to be stated in your rules? I mean, to me, this is restating a law that exists elsewhere. And it's a procedural thing that the agency could handle in the exact same way without any of this being in the rule. So, the quantity, and if it would help you, we can check with our testing provider, PSI, about how often and what sort of accommodations they provide to people, if that would help you in your analysis at all. Or maybe Daryl or Tim have some data that could help with that. So
I think it comes up a lot.
I think data's always helpful.
And I have to say, I think it needs to be in the rules because that's the law that everybody's going to look at. Nobody's going to go look up the ADA. And so I think if we do a good job of setting out what the expectations are, that's just it's a much more direct source for people to look at is in our rule than it is to go hunt it up in the ADA, because nobody's going to do that. That's like telling people, go look up HIPAA. Ain't going to happen. So, that's one of the reasons why I've got it in the rule format.
And I think one of the reasons it's in the rule is to protect the disabled person, that they get the benefit.
Well, not only the person, but, what if as a chair I say, yes, go ahead and allow this accommodation, and then 3 days later I get something and I say, no, that doesn't make sense.
And you look at the rules.
If we have a rule in place, this, and this applies to everyone, and I think it's equitable.
Are we ready to move forward?
Yes.
Lunch here?
Is it time?
Yeah, y'all's, the lunch that you ordered is here.
Are we going to push through while we eat, or are we going to stop and eat and then come back? What do you want to do?
I think we should, because it's so important, I don't want to be chewing and looking.
So, then.
Could do short lunch.
How about, yeah, sure, let's look at half an hour. How does that sound to everybody? So then, I know that I have to say something official. What is it?
Break for lunch.
Would be better than
We're
half
gonna
an
break
hour.
for lunch for half an hour.
Very official.
That's official,
Okay.
that works.
That's official.
it on camera, we gotta behave.
And
So rescheduling of examination.
we need
what do
to announce the date and time that we're coming back.
Oh, that's right.
If you-
What day is today? The 15th? 14th, okay. Tell me when.
Say when.
I think
It's 12:39, Madam Chair.
It's 12:39 on the 14th of January. Oh, my goodness. And we're reconvening and I believe that we're on rescheduling of examination due to religious holy days. Do I need a motion, or do we just get going?
we just keep going.
Okay, thanks.
Let's go.
Any questions on that rule, statutory requirement? I'm going to try to shut up more this half of the meeting and speed through some of these. Mr. Belemowitz said that would be appreciated. In established application processing times, again, it's a statutory requirement. I may need to visit with Mr. Spear about the time, that 90-day period there in B. I want to visit with him about that some more to make sure that doesn't cause a problem for us, but otherwise, if no questions, we'll move on. Next one is applicants with a pending complaint. Any questions about that? 13.
The whole document at 72, if you're
Christine, it's
scrolling through
at
the
very
whole.
bottom.
71.
Did we go through the
Applicants with pending
established
complaints?
applicant processing times?
Yes.
Yeah, we just,
Go back
Yeah.
to that?
No?
Okay.
Just want to make sure we're smooth.
okay. Next one is applicants with foreign degrees on page 14.
I'm sorry, I'm
Okay.
trying to catch up with you, but I have a comment.
Okay.
Christina Kaiser with TDLR. But I'm trying to compare this with the notes I had from our previous meeting.
Yeah, processing times or foreign degrees?
I'm on the applicants with pending complaints.
I win. That's page I was on.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm slowing you guys down. When we met with Daryl and Tim and talked about the draft rules, I raised a concern about this language because it seems to be effectively a denial of a license without the due process that normally comes along with the denial of a license. Daryl made a comment earlier where he was distinguishing between actions upon a license and enforcement matters. But in point of fact, under the law, both of those things are contested matters that can result in the full due process of a contested case. And so in my view of the world, I don't distinguish between those two things. And so this language is saying that an application for a license may be held just kind of in limbo if there's a complaint pending against an applicant. And this just really caught my attention because this is definitely not something that we do. If a complaint is filed, so a common example of this in our world would be someone has applied for a license as an air conditioning contractor. But in the meantime, a complaint has been filed against them for operating without a license, or maybe for ripping off some consumer. If they're trying to get a license, they're trying to do the right thing, ultimately. And so in our world, we would let the license proceed and let the license be issued, but then act on the complaint separately. And ultimately impose a penalty against them or impose some kind of sanction upon, or maybe a probationary status upon their license with certain conditions that they have. But to hold the application in abeyance while the whole complaint matter is pending, it seems to be sidestepping the requirement for due process when you deny a license.
That's a good point.
Daryl?
Any comments?
Yeah,
Right.
Daryl, I have a question. I'm glad you're here for this. I feel like there have been instances in ISCs and whatnot where somebody has either given up their license, and the question is, it's probably something particularly egregious because it would involve a reapplication for licensure, and the question I feel like we've dealt with is how do we stop that person from circumventing the system and reapplying for a license, and how do we stop that? And it feels like this, it's evoking those memories of some things we've dealt with. Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, here's where this comes from. We have something called an eligibility proceeding at the psych board, and that same authority that lets us do that is going to carry over to the council. Basically, the way it works is, let's say, like what Christina talked about, we have somebody that comes in, an applicant, and during their internship, they had an inappropriate relationship with a patient. We will open a complaint against that applicant. It won't be a disciplinary complaint. It's called an eligibility proceeding, but we use that term complaint across the board. That individual's application, they will be allowed to sit for exams, do everything. We just will not issue the license until that complaint has gone through the investigation to see whether or not those allegations are true. The rationale being is we don't want to give somebody a license and then have to try to go around on the back end to come after them. We want to vet them right there on the front end. Now, I get what Christina's talking about. I do. And I think probably the way we address the due process concerns is if an individual in that scenario comes before the ISC panel and the panel's like, yeah, we think you did something wrong here and we're recommending denial of the license, they can then go to SOA. And then from SOA, it would come back to TSBP, or in our case here, to the council. So they would have an opportunity for the notice and the hearing at SOA. But we've always felt it was kind of the best to not give them the license. Let's check out and see if what is being alleged here actually took place. Try to deal with it on the front end rather than come around on the back end. Because once you've given them the license and you knew about the allegations, if I'm on the other side, I can guarantee you the first is, well, you gave me the license knowing this. I think that kind of cuts against you at SOA. So that's kind of why we have it structured that way.
It also feels like most of the times where we've had had a complaint against an applicant, it's not usually for something very ticky-tacky. It's something worth holding things up over.
Yeah, it very oftentimes involves some kind of inappropriate relationship where they got outside the boundaries.
So Christina Kaiser again, so my question would be, in those circumstances, if it is an inappropriate relationship type of thing, is there authority in the statute to deny a license on that basis? Or is there only authority for disciplinary action against someone on that basis?
No, we could deny because the statute encompasses the rules. The applicants are held to the same standards as a licensee is as far as scope of practice and standards, ethical standards. So.
Anybody else?
I'll say, Ms. Kaiser, your points are well taken with regard to the scenario that you lay out. It's just in my experience, the things that usually come up in this scenario are far more egregious than what you described maybe in an HVAC contractor scenario.
Right, fair enough, but their due process applies regardless. I think one thing that would make this less bothersome to me as a lawyer is if there were a time limit on how long you could hold the application in abeyance, and I think we might have talked about that when we met before. You know, you said if the allegations are brought up, you want to investigate those before you grant the license. Fair enough, but don't hold the person's license for a year while you're investigating. So maybe if you consider putting a time limit on there, then that makes the thing more transparent and doesn't leave people hanging in limbo. Time.
How do we know what kind of time frame does it take for the investigation and all that to happen?
You know, I mean, candidly, coming into the council, we're going to be dealing with some backlogs, which translates, you know, it's going to translate into longer. I don't know. The short answer, I don't know sitting right here right now.
So then how can you put a time frame?
It would be arbitrary at this point, probably.
You don't have so many of these, though, that you can't put this to the top of your list. If it was a one-year thing to resolve the investigation, like, that seems like something that you'd be able to do, yes?
I mean, the way, and we're not there yet, but in the complaints and enforcement rules that we'll talk about at a later date, we actually list complaints against applicants. They are actually the second priority. The first priority is imminent harm. That's like axe murderers. That's never going to happen. You just don't see that. So applicants are probably the highest practical priority that there is. We get to them rather quickly for that very reason. We do not want to hold them up. We're trying to get them into the machine as quick as possible. But, I mean, to answer Dr. Abrams' question, I don't know, how, we would just be picking a time.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a clarification question, please. We own the rules. The member boards no longer have the rules, we have the rules. But the activities will still be conducted and done by the member boards. So in the way that we're writing this, and it's gone on a couple times, and I'm getting a little bit confused in my mind. We say the council may hold, I'm just using this as an example, the council may hold up an application. We wouldn't necessarily, the rules say that an application can be held up. Because we own the rules, we're saying the council may hold up the application, even though it's the member board that would actually hold up that application.
So you're thinking of language like upon recommendation of the member board or something like that?
I am, because I'm getting concerned that, and especially when we start going through more of these, everything is the council. And I don't want the thought that now all of a sudden we're in the licensing business. We're not in the licensing business. That's not what we were put together for. And so, and I don't know how to make it clear. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. But I'm curious to know about the huddle over there.
Christina Kaiser with TDLR. I'm not sure if this is the correct interpretation, but I was assuming sort of throughout these rules that the council refers to the agency that is going to exist, that you are the governing body of.
Correct.
It doesn't just refer to you guys sitting up here.
So in the definitions that were outlined in front, does it spell out that the council is another representative form of the member boards? I missed that. If it did, I apologize.
No, I'm not, excuse me, I'm butting in. I'm not referring to the member boards. I'm referring to the actual agency staff represented on that org chart that Daryl showed you earlier.
Right.
Those staff are going to be staff of the council, the Behavioral
It's
Health Executive
inclusive.
Council.
The
Right.
staff and the board members, all together.
No, agency staff will be employees, like state agency employees, and they are, the governing body of this agency is you. And then the member boards, or the professional boards, are not staff. They're boards, just like you are a committee or council.
But the member boards would still oversee the processing and flow of the particular licensure.
The
for-
agency staff will do that.
Well, the agency staff would do that, but let's say it's an MFT license, right? That MFT license would follow the process, and if there's any problems with it, then it goes to the MFT board, unless we write a rule that says that it has to come here after, like we did before, like we said before, where if it's appealed, it would then go to the council.
Okay, agency staff will handle the actual licensing, or the processing of the applications. If there is an issue, a question about the qualification of a degree, that would go to whatever application or licensing committee you have, if any, and then to the member board. And that's where that decision would become final. They would have kind of the final decision, unless the decision was that degree doesn't qualify, therefore we're denying you, then it would go to SOA, and from SOA back to the council.
So when we see the council in the rules here, this is just synonymous or synonym for agency staff?
Yes, sir, you can read it that way, definitely.
Okay.
Because we are agents of the agency.
Okay, so it doesn't necessarily mean that we are changing any rules or adding things that will come before the council.
No.
How will people perceive that when they read this? Will they perceive that they should sign up outside and come into this meeting and speak on behalf of their license because they have a question? Or will they know to continue to go to the member board? Because they're gonna read these rules and they're gonna go, oh, the council, well, this is the council. And once the website's up, then they're gonna search the council, they're not gonna search their.
You may have to comb through it and look and say the council through its staff or through its director or something like that.
That will tend to lengthen the rule. What you're
And that's
talking.
not what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
I agree with that
Yeah.
wholeheartedly. I don't want to lengthen rules. I just want clarity for any of our constituents.
I think the fact that you're still going to have like the member board websites, the way we're gonna try to design this thing, so you'll have a council website and each of you will still have your member board websites. We ought to do, we should be able to do a good enough job on our websites and through our, the information available to our licensees to let them know, look, if you've got an LMFT question about scope of practice, continuing education, you need to start with the member board, the LMFT board first. Because any changes that are gonna have to occur, you gotta convince those 9 folks to do it first before the 9 of you can do anything about it. So I guess we may have to do some education efforts if people kind of lose track as to who the appropriate governmental entity is, but that's on us to do the education part of it.
I guess I'm thinking more about new people coming in that have not been part of the profession, right? They're fresh coming out, they're going through the rules, right? We're gonna require them to read through these rules just like we would any other member board rules. And how do we make sure it's clear of where they should be addressing their questions and thoughts? And I'm sorry, Tim, I saw you.
The answer to that is it's going to go to staff one way or the other.
Okay.
So it's going to filter through staff, and staff will be able to guide them on how to proceed. So it'll come to staff, staff will say, well, you will need to submit X, Y, Z, and that needs to go to member board such and such. And then, so the nexus is all going to be at the staff level. So it's not going to be incumbent upon the individual to know if this is a member board issue or a council issue. It will be an agency issue.
I just
And
think
from
about
the agency, it'll move up.
how many times we've sat in MFT meetings where we've had some licensee refer to the rules and because of the lack of clarity in the rules or something that wasn't understood, and they took action one way or another because of that. And how do we make sure it doesn't happen based upon the way it's written here? So, if I'm the only one confused, forgive me. I just didn't.
No, but you bring up a good point. If we look, I'm looking back at the terms, and it says that the term executive council or council is used herein shall refer to the Texas Behavioral Health Executive Council, BHEC. So we understand that that means us and the agency. I bet if you add that, and through its agency or through its operatives or something like that, I think that would solve the issue and the definitions.
And I think we had a specific rule earlier that dealt with delegation, that the council can delegate. So, I mean, by rule, we're kind of putting people on notice that the council can delegate its authority to member boards. And then, of course, under the executive director, you delegate authority to the executive director, who can then delegate to the staff. So we've created a framework in rule where we could, is anybody going to be able to go through and trace that out? Or are they going to take time? I don't know, probably not. But we have it in rule, how the council's authority kind of trickles down or is spread out amongst the member boards and agency staff.
Thank you.
I'm wondering if it might be helpful somehow, and you could do it in definition, but somehow to clarify the distinctions in terms of operations between, I think when people hear the council, they're thinking about the 9 people sitting up here. And I know that it means BHEC, the agency, so agency, council, I don't, and it may just be in semantics, but if the semantics clarify it for the public, then it might be something that would be helpful. Is that, and it fits, I think, maybe under definitions, I don't know where to put that, but I do think we need to be clear going forward.
Okay. Probably ought to talk about that in task force.
Okay.
Rather than try to brainstorm it here.
Good.
I guess.
Applicants with foreign degrees, page 14.
Yeah, any questions? Hearing none. Next one is the refusal to issue a license for failure to pay child support. It's a statutory requirement. The next one is the protections based on affiliation with religious organizations. That's part of what most people probably heard, the Chick-fil-A bill, is where that came out of. So, any questions on that? Okay.
Filet is good.
The next one, subchapter B, licenses, the form of the license. Any questions there? You know, I know there was a lot of discussion that a lot of the stakeholders wanted to make sure that the license remained as, you know, coming from the LMFT board. So tried to strike a balance there, but there needs to be something on the license indicating that that LMFT board or the psych board is a member of the executive council, just so that there's some knowledge about who you go to if there's a problem. So the next one is the license statuses. This is one where we're trying to standardize some things, because we all do things a little different here, but we need to try to strive towards a standard.
So, I'm sorry. I guess this goes back to Ms. Kaiser's point. I'm looking at subchapter B, license, form of license.
Inactive license, B. Page just before.
Page, sorry.
17.
17. So is this a rule or is this a policy?
It's a rule.
Why, if we are just talking about how we're designing what a license looks like, and we want to change what that license looks like, why would we put that in rules versus, why isn't that an internal administrative policy? There's nothing that Sunset said to us about every license has to reflect the branding of the council and the sub-branding of a member. They didn't say that to us. That's an administrative thing that we're deciding internally.
I think because it was such an important point for so many of the stakeholders, they wanted to make absolutely certain that they weren't losing their member board and the identity with that member board. This guarantees it.
Got it. And no disrespect to any member about wanting to stay closely aligned with their affiliation. Very much agree with that. I'm good with that. All I'm saying is, why are we dictating that and putting it at a rule level which limits us to decide on how we might want to change that? It could be, and I love your point earlier, many generations away from now, that everything is so smooth and we've come together to such a close-knit degree that we only want one piece of branding, which is the Behavioral Executive Council, that it truly is a mental health group, right? So we decide to eliminate the member groups, right, or at least limit it a little bit, and we want to change that. Why should we have to go back to a rules process?
Because there's a statute in 507-254 that says it must include the name of the applicable board of the license holder on a license issued by the executive council.
So why, but that's not what's stating here. This is stating that we should have prominent reflect the member board of the profession along with being a member in the council. That's different.
Well, it just requires both names beyond there.
I guess my point is that I think we're putting so many things. I mean, when I keep looking at each of these sections, these are more administrative things than rule things, and we're limiting ourselves in what we can change and what we can do. And we're going to add to the processing time later on if we decide, because we're newly formed, right? We're going to make a lot of mistakes. And we're going to have a lot of reflections and a lot of thoughts on how things should look and how they should act going forward. And we want as much flexibility and the ability to empower ourselves to do those things quickly and efficiently for our stakeholders versus getting bogged down in a laborious process of having to go back to another set of rules and another set of rules that have to be reviewed by no less than 3 different organizations that I've counted in here. It just seems really tedious, and we have control over that.
I'm not sure with the amount of feedback that at least I can tell you from the psychology board that we've heard, keeping the identity of the practice of psychology, and I believe that the other member boards wanted to have the identity of each of their respective professions. You talked about empowering ourselves to respond and to do things differently. I don't think that that's anything that would undermine or take away that identity. I don't think that anyone wants us to have the discretion to eliminate that distinction, and by memorializing it in a rule that comports with the law is the right way to go.
So don't disagree, and please forgive me if I've used something as a poor example of what my bigger point is, which is, are we really taking things that are policies and putting them in rules? That's my bigger
That's a-
question. That's the bigger question that I'm asking. And it seems that all of the ones, especially like the last 5 or 6 that we've gone through, that are just these paragraphs of things that we're adding in, yes, I understand that somehow are based on statute and they have to be included. But it's looking like we're getting to a level of detail that is probably not, should not be here, but should be in the executive director's office or with the staff of the executive director so that they can move quickly and efficiently to make things happen.
I think George is alluding to hyper-regulation.
Yeah, that point's well taken. I don't think this is a specific thing that is in the law that's not hyper-regulating anything. This is something that.
It's
again,
close to the
memorial-
law. This one is close. It's not the exact law, right?
No, it's not word for word, but I mean, in terms of taking something that was, I mean, a law is written very differently than a policy, and a law is often written very differently than a rule. But yeah, I think it does, based on what Mr. Hyde read, hearing that and reading what's before us, I think that they comport with one another, and the fact that this is in the law, I think it's not a bad thing to have it rewritten in.
And like I
rule
said, this
form.
could be a very poor example of what I'm talking about, right? In that, yes, maybe this one should be in the actual rules, but overall, I think I'm getting the overwhelming sense from today's, especially the morning session, that we're putting a whole lot in here that should be administrative and not necessarily rules, right? We limit ourselves by doing that. That's my main point. So I'll leave it alone. Thank you.
Perhaps what we can do at the task force level is, once we agree on the content of what we're doing, we can revisit to refine this, to see if there's anything that does belong in process or management than in law, and come back with some
And that's all I would
ideas
be
there.
asking. Thank you.
I mean, I think that makes sense. Right now, I think we need to look at the content, and are we doing what needs to be done to stand this agency up? Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, license statuses. And I've read this, and I have one question, and I think I've asked it already, but I can't remember the answer, and that's with regard to charitable care.
That statute is specific to like dental providers and I think a few others. It does not apply to any of these
That's right.
professions.
Okay, thank you.
I do have one question. Would you mind defining a little bit this term retirement status?
Say again?
Would you mind to define this term retirement status? Does that mean individuals retiring the license completely and never expecting to come back in?
Well, whether they expect to or not, it doesn't preclude them from coming back in, but they are retiring it permanently, or they're retiring the license. It may not be permanent. They could choose to reinstate the license and come back in.
Thank you.
And retirement reflects retirement in good standing.
Are there no comments?
Okay.
Reinstatement of a license, page 20.
Questions? All right. License required to practice.
Any questions? Concerns? Authorized practice of psychology without a license. There's a blank on section A.
Yeah.
I just wanted to keep things, entertaining. We're not going to sleep here. Any questions? And I think that follows through, right? Through
Correct.
Authorized practice of marriage and family therapy without a license.
Correct.
Professional counseling and social work. In other words, we're not doing any of that without a license. That's the bottom line.
Those are the things you can do without a license. It refers to the specific statute. The next,
Subchapter C. Keep going, you're almost there. It'll turn yellow.
and this is a new one again that I haven't had a chance to visit with the task force. It's one that is where we were getting ready for the meeting. I kind of realized, you know what, the council probably needs a rule that requires everybody to display their license. hope for obvious reasons. I want to point out something. It's based off of a rule we have, but B is a new subsection that I added. And let me tell you why I added it so y'all can judge whether you want to keep it. Right now, we require all our licensees to post their license up on the wall. The problem that has created is your camera on your phone is now so good. What we're thinking is happening, we've had some pretty serious forgery incidents lately, and we think people are probably snapping pictures of the license or the renewal permits, and they're forging licenses and full-blown practicing, engaging in it. And so I got to thinking, well, it may not be the best thing to require you to hang it on the wall so long as you give your license number and a way to verify that license and some sort of documentation to the patient or client. But that's something y'all need to decide how you want to go on that. But we've had some pretty serious issues about forgery of licenses, and it wasn't harmless forgery. We had scenarios.
How would B, so what you're thinking of is not having and only having the provider, the copy to the patient or the client?
Like in your informed consent, you would
Right.
say, I'm Dr. Susan Fletcher, my TSBP license number is blah.
Right.
Here's how you contact the board if you want to verify it, or you can look it up on the website and verify that I'm an actual provider.
Would this also have any implications in terms of like telemedicine or if you're?
Well, obviously B is the way you'd want to go
Right.
there.
But without it, you wouldn't, the fact that you displayed it in your office doesn't much matter.
Exactly.
If it's a telemedicine.
We used to require people to post their renewal permits online until a licensee pointed out the obvious. He's like, you're making it really easy for people to copy our license. And we were like, oh, yeah, you're right.
Any remarks or recommendations?
I just have a question, because I know it's later in the document where there's a specific statement of the notice that was given. For me, I've always felt like displaying your license it's hard to prove historically that you didn't do it or you did do it. You know, you could just say, no, it's been up there for a long time, but it just got up there yesterday. But in the paperwork they sign and date at the beginning of services, that puts a stamp on it of a timeline. So to me, I've always wondered why any license in the mental health profession, we don't require that in the initial paperwork to show if somebody makes a complaint, we've done what we need to do to not only guide them to the right place, but give them the phone number. So that it's easy for someone to make a complaint that they don't anticipate making until later. They don't have to actually go in the office and try to find that stuff. It's in the paperwork they received in the very beginning, and they very likely already have a copy of it. Doesn't require being in the office to look at that framed document. It assists the public.
I left A in there because that's just the way it's always been done. It is kind of.
I think B is a better option.
To your point, there are clients that do sign documents, but then there are also settings where clients don't sign documents, and they're either getting help at an agency or say such as the VA, where depending on what section you're going into, you don't sign any type of paperwork. But it is a good point that you bring up. I'm just concerned about those others that practice in a different method, not necessarily psychotherapy, where there would be no documentation signed.
So what if we reversed them and put B on the top, and that's where the licensee provides client written notification, and then have A as an alternative for particular settings? You know, for settings that don't lend themselves to that, this is another option. What do you think of that?
I mean, if you just leave them as they are, I mean, it's one's how it's always been, and the other is an alternate. Either or.
All right.
Easy to comply with both.
It is easy to comply with that. Leave it up to the practitioner.
With that, if it was left as it is, would that catch the providers that you're talking about? I mean, would it put them in a catch-22?
Well, I can say specifically for my setting, because I require them to put it in their office or wherever they're offering services. I think both is fine. I have.
Okay.
back to the committee.
Okay.
Agreed? Everybody feel like they weighed in? Okay, good. Advertising restrictions?
That was another one I think that I added after I was looking through the Chapter 507, and that's something that is specifically the ability to police deceptive, false, or misleading advertising.
Comments?
Next one is the duty to update names and addresses. I have accommodated the new requirement. I know a lot of the PLCU boards got authorization to, I guess, delist your, what was it, your mailing address?
That's on rosters.
Rosters? Okay. I tried to accommodate that so that we're not publishing. If you want an address published, you can publish your business address, but your main address at which all agency correspondence would go to won't be published if you don't want it to be, so.
Question here, please. Tim, will we have the ability to capture the email addresses to drop in a database after this combined group?
Yes, we have email addresses.
And-
Now, not everybody provides one. It's not listed as a required field. Also, it's not listed as a required element to update.
But doesn't this, if it says applicants in licensee must update their name, main address, business address, email address?
I'm talking about our rules, not that rule.
But going forward, we will be capturing the email addresses of everybody from all organizations, right? Or no?
I don't, is there a requirement that somebody have an email address?
Well, if we go with online, if we require online renewals, yes, there will be a requirement that they submit an email address. So, yes, we will be able to capture that. It will be required.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. The next one is the disclosure of proprietary examination materials. Not much there. Next is the filing of false or misleading information. If there's no questions, the next one is going to be the required profile information. This rule is unique to psychologists only. For some reason, they're the only one that is named in the statute. The rest of you escaped it. Yeah. No questions. The next one is one that I haven't visited with the task force. And y'all, you may not even want this in there, but it's better to have it in there and you nix it than to miss it. It's basically a list of all the major laws that impact these professions that I could think of. We have a list similar to this in our rules. But if you think it's just fluff, we can cut it out.
No, I like it.
I actually like this.
I don't know how to read, y'all.
I was going to say, that was a little bit of a change there.
That's all right. I was just about to ask about qualifying language services and changed my mind.
Well, keep in mind that what I see is the rules, we're bringing 4 boards together, and the rules are like a single lens for us all to look through. And I think it provides us, seamlessness.
I think for our stakeholders, you just have a compiled source of information. That's just great, right? So anything that helps them out is better for us, so.
Criminal history background checks, we're all required to, all licensees will be required to undergo that now.
Maybe this is just grammar, but on C, when it says that the report must be received by the Texas Department of Public Safety and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, does that mean 2 separate reports or one report from both agencies?
I'm not sure how they come. If it's in one report or separate, I think it's probably separate reports.
Okay. So
Steve,
everybody who takes this except me knows where to go get your fingerprints done?
We tell you.
Oh.
Yeah,
Good plan.
Yeah, we tell
Okay.
you where to go. Do you remember what is it, are the DPS and FBI, are they combined reports?
If you want to go do it,
Are
it's
they?
really fun,
Combined
by
reports.
the way,
The
yes.
TPS stuff
It
is,
is.
uh,
It's an interesting experience.
Okay.
Okay, criminal history evaluations. It's right on page 36.
Don't have anything?
Questions?
Okay.
Okay. Ineligibility due to criminal history.
Is a highly technical rule because the statutes that govern it are highly technical. There's just there's no easy way to write this thing that I can't figure it out.
And on to continuing education on page 39.
And again, the council will govern the process on how audits are done and, you know, making sure that continuing education is done. But again, the member boards decide what amount and what types of education, continuing education there are.
The types of audits, are those dictated to us, or do we decide on the types of audits?
I don't know that there's a statute that requires us to do audits. We do it just as a measure to ensure that people are complying with it.
So if we do 10% audits of the licensees, do we have the staff to do that? Have we gone, so each member board has had the staff to be able to do that, or?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're doing
That's
it
what we
now.
currently do.
Yeah.
So this is an example of,
Yeah, procedural.
exactly.
Just as a point of curiosity, for if 10% of the licensees are checked each month, do you have a way to assure that the same 10%, the same people chosen in October are not, they're at random?
But it's annual, I mean, or per renewal period.
Oh,
So you're not going to
right.
get, you're not gonna be renewing, one month.
Yeah, I
after
thought
the-
when it said each month, I assumed the whole pool every month. Oh, yeah, gotcha.
But I'll give you one example. One of my former board members who was an LPA, she gets audited quite frequently because there are so few LPAs. There's
Oh,
less than
I
1,000,
see.
so her chances of getting called up are pretty high. Whereas Dr. Fletcher, she's likely not to get called up.
But I'm
as often.
ready. I'm always ready, because I think my number's gonna come up, as people should be. And then, is it 10% for every board right now, the auditing? It's all the same percentage, so that's not, okay.
Okay, next one is the special provisions for military applicants. This rule will actually require, Tim and I need to look at kind of how each member board defines substantial equivalency. This is going to require some coordination from the member boards because they're going to have to develop, if they haven't already done so, you're going to have to develop rules that decide what is, what substantial equivalency in terms of licensing requirement, military experience, that type of thing. This just kind of outlines the procedure that the council has, but again, it's up to the boards to decide what that substantial equivalency means. It's up to the member boards.
Okay.
And then the next one is the unlicensed practice by the military spouses. This was a new, I think it was Senate Bill 1200. Is that right? It was a product of Senate Bill 1200. Oh, this is one that we probably need to make a change to this. In this, the way it reads, if an individual comes in and they qualify for licensure under this, it doesn't mention anything about our giving them a license to practice under this. We probably need to change that so that we do issue a special type of license to this individual that is good. It's basically a one-time license. It's only good for a certain amount of time. And the reason being, if they do something bad, at least then they have a license we can do something with. Whereas right now, we couldn't do anything but a cease and desist. So I'll need to get with Mr. Spear and Christina and her folks, and we'll probably need to tinker with this a little bit. But
This really confuses me. So you're providing a military spouse who has a license or who doesn't have a license?
who has a license, in another jurisdiction.
Oh, gosh, this
Yeah,
really
but
threw me.
The issue is if that is, if they're licensed in another jurisdiction, they're not licensed here,
Right.
but they're able to practice here, if something happens here, then there's this jurisdictional issue if there's a complaint. And so making sure that we have the ability to go through the complaints process with somebody and
Right.
not just refer it over to another.
Not just reciprocity, okay, I understand.
So that's
Or
why the
referral.
temporary license.
Yeah,
gives
understood.
us-
Yeah, I wrote the rule originally, but I think due to database issues, we wouldn't be able to just create a new license for this, but in speaking with Ms. Nowak and our database folks, they said they can do something, we can create a new license that's unique to this, so it's doable. All right. And then the last one is the emergency temporary license. This was actually a rule that I had developed for the psych board after
Harvey?
Mr. Francis had formed, it was called a Hope Work Group after Hurricane Harvey hit. We all got together, a bunch of us did, tried to figure out what we could do to help folks. And this was kind of a product that flowed out of that work group. And then we've kind of carried it over here to the council, so. That's all I have on the applications and licensing. The next one is the renewals. Okay, very first one is the renewal of a license. The main thing I want to point out is this rule would require that all renewals take place online, moving away from paper renewals.
Is there a plan for that?
Is there what?
A plan for that?
We always have a plan.
So the infrastructure's in place to be able to do it now?
Yes, yeah. It's just a matter of, you want to give plenty of lead time, plenty of notice to everybody so that, you don't want to spring it on somebody that's due for renewal next month. But we did it at the psych board, I don't know, 6-7 months ago, I guess. And we'll just implement that same type of plan is what we'll do, carry it over, so it's doable. I don't think there's anything else. Now, if there's no other questions, moving on to the initial license renewal dates. This is one of those rules that probably I can totally get where Mr. Francis would say, hey, this is a process type rule. What's this doing in a rule format? And let me tell you kind of why I put this in there. When people apply for a license, there really isn't anything that tells them, hey, here is when my first renewal date is going to be. And if the database just sets it and they have a complaint, they're like, well, look, I don't think I didn't get, a full 24 months or a full 18 months or whatever. It's very difficult to assuage somebody without a rule in place and point to and go, this is how we calculate your first renewal date. It's difficult for people to accept that's just how the database functions. And so we've always felt like it was better to have it in a rule format than just rely on, well, that's just how the database is. So that's why we created this rule.
So the license does not have an expiration date?
No, it does. It's just how that expiration date is calculated is now being defined in rules so that it's very transparent and people aren't just taking our word that that's how the database came up with it. The next one is the non-renewal for failure to pay child support. Again, it's a statutory requirement, sets up the scheme for how we would handle that if we're notified by the OAG. And then the last one, no questions on that. Last one is the renewal terms for military personnel on active duty. They are obviously allowed special privileges when serving on active duty. And then the remainder, the other two sections of the rules, I don't really want to go over here unless you guys have particular questions, because again, I haven't had the opportunity, staff haven't had a chance to sit, sorry, I didn't mean to waving that pen around. Staff haven't had a chance to sit down and make sure the gears all mesh together, and then the task force hadn't had a chance to look at it. But if you guys have any questions, I wanted to put it in here. It's fair game if you got any questions about the complaint enforcement rules or the fee rules.
Are there any questions or concerns for Daryl? In that case, if there's no more discussion, then I believe we're on to the next agenda item, which is review and approval of the transition plan between the member boards and the council. I know we have a draft transition plan in place, and I wonder if Daryl, can you introduce it, and then let's see if there's any discussion?
Yes, this is the transition plan that we have developed on the incubation task force. We have, basically it lists every step that we need to take or need to be taking in order to have a successful transition into the executive council. We modeled it after some documents that TDLR had provided us where they've done this umpteen times, so they kind of know what to look for and what steps to anticipate. We took that and applied it to our unique situation. I think it's obviously a living document, so it's going to change as we bump into new issues or new problems. We can adapt it as it goes, but statutorily, or I think under House Bill 51, we're required to adopt it. So this is one that will require a motion and a vote to adopt.
Is there anything in particular that you or Christina or Wendy want to bring to our attention? I noticed some things in yellow down there at the bottom.
Those are probably it's just highlighting distinctions between sections. I don't think I can't see any highlighting on mine.
Towards the end.
Oh, yeah, those are that's just highlighting different segments of the trend. It's not anything significant that we need to talk about.
Okay, is there any discussion on the transition plan?
Overall, how do you think it's proceeding? I saw where some things have been completed, but I'm used to green, yellow, red. So overall, how do you think it's working out?
I think we're either on schedule or maybe a little ahead of schedule.
That's great.
That is.
Yeah, we're looking
Thank you
good.
to you and the task force.
Any other discussion? It was a lot of work, and I sure appreciate that from everybody. If there's no discussion, is there a motion to approve the transition plan
I'd like to
as
make a motion
presented?
to approve it.
Thank you, George. Is there a second?
George Francis, the fourth, sorry.
I'll second that. Jennifer Smotherman.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Gosh, Darrell, we're barely giving you a chance to
I
sip
know,
some
you
water.
wanna talk again?
Take a deep breath, and
We
would you
won't.
like to provide us, as our interim director, with your management report?
We won't beat on the transition plan too much. I would point out, again, we've completed all the council and board member training. We're well on our way on the procedural rules. I anticipate we'll have those back to the council for you to actually review and propose at your March meeting. We have to propose them at the March meeting in order to stay on schedule. I've got staff working on policies right now that the actual internal policies that the council will need. There are some of those that we're statutorily required to have. We're working on those. Staff TSBEP and HHSC staff are meeting regularly to discuss we're learning each other's processes, the way we do things, trying to develop kind of cherry picking the best practices amongst the agencies. And we're also, the big one, I think that is probably the big thing other than procedural rules is we've got meetings set up between TSBP, HHSC, and HPC on the database transition. That's the big one we want to make sure we don't fall behind on, but we're in good shape on that. We're in very good shape. We've actually got a meeting, is it next week or week after? Sometime this month, I think. Yeah, with Weegan. Yeah, we're going to meet sometime this month. All the agency IT folks are going to get together and kind of put
Boy,
this
that's
together. So
fun.
we're in pretty good shape there.
Tell us
Knowing-
about I'm sorry.
Please forgive me, I was just gonna go back to the database and merging everything. Typically, that doesn't always go as smooth as one would like. Luckily, we're all one state, so that makes it a little bit easier than what I normally see, which is different companies coming together and merging. But you don't foresee any problems in terms of the way the database has been set up? They're all set up in the same way?
They're the same versions now. We're going to have to migrate, I think, probably some data into certain fields, but No, we're not anticipating any major issues.
No potential loss of data or only being able to do a couple years of mergers, everything else is fine on that?
Yeah, none of that has reared its ugly head.
And you are a rare exception.
So,
Very rare exception.
Yes, I think so too.
This is a very fortunate circumstance in that we both use the same database and we have the same vendor, all of that stuff, so it's.
Same platform.
Same
yeah.
version?
Yeah,
Awesome.
all of that stuff's the same, so this is a rarity, but it is a good rarity.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of that at work. It's awful. Tell us about the state of the interagency agreements.
all the the MOU with TDLR has been signed, executed. We're well on our way there. In fact, you're seeing them in operation here today. The MOU with TSBEP for the interim director, here I sit. The GC, here he sits. We've completed all the agency training. We've signed the MOU with HPC. Obviously, they're off and running with the database stuff and the website development. The only MOU that we did not enter into, because I didn't feel like it was necessary, was the one for TSB to actually provide the council and board member training, because I just did that. That was part and parcel of my job as the interim director. Didn't see any need to pay for the file there. So we just, besides, who's going to sue one another over that lack of an MOU? So we're in good shape. Everything is rocking along there.
That's been a lot of work. I'm glad to hear that. That's good.
Yeah.
Good job.
So that's it. That's all I had on that, on the interagency agreements. The next item is the letter from Ms. Bennett as the new director for the regulatory compliance. I don't put that in there so that we need to go over it in detail, but I wanted to show you kind of what will be expected of, or what the process will be for the governor's office to review it, because in other words, we got to answer those questions before it ever hits there. Your role is actually very similar to what her role is on the anti-competitive side of it. That type of review. You're charged with doing that same type of review. So just kind of show you how the governor's looking at it. That's probably a pretty good model for us to look at it. And that's the way those rules were designed, is to look at it in that same manner. But there's nothing we need to do about that. The next item is the submission of the operating budget. I put a copy of that in there. That's listed. I've got that published on our website, on TSBEP's website, and it's listed as VHEX operating budget. If you have any questions, I've got Ms. Nohack here to answer them, but otherwise it kind of speaks for itself. All right. The next item is the survey of stakeholders.
Darrell,
Oh.
before you go on to that, I just have, regarding the interagency agreements, Tim, I feel like we don't hear, you're not as outspoken as some other folks. Everything cool with you?
Yes, ma'am. I would outspeak if it were necessary.
You would speak out?
That too.
Well, you're just so quiet compared to, no offense anybody, but Darrell and Christina. I just want to make sure everything's okay with it.
This has all been hammered out beforehand.
Okay.
Because we work very well together. So
Okay,
this
well,
is
I've
not
seen
just-
you smiling, so I
if
took
there's-
that as a good
If there's an
sign.
issue, I would certainly feel comfortable bringing it forward.
Great. So everything's moving along between the three
Correct.
agencies that are helping us move this forward. Thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting, Darrell. Please go ahead.
Not a problem. The
So
next
operating budget or strategic plan?
strategic planning
Mhm.
survey. And what this is, our strategic planning is about to begin. Strategic plan will be due sometime in May or June. It's not a document you just put together, though, within 30 days. It takes quite a bit of thought and input. And I actually modeled this again after TDLR. I guess it was 2 or 3 years ago. They had sent out a survey that basically said, let us know how we're doing. And a lot of the categories you see here are the categories that came from their survey. I just copied them, is what I did, and then made them apply to TSBP and then now to the council. There are 2 questions on here, though, that weren't in TDLRs and that haven't been in any TSBEP survey in the past. And it's question, it's on page 4 of the survey. It's question number 8 and question number 9. Those questions, I got those from Governor Abbott's letter that he sent to all of us about reducing licensing barriers. Those are 2 areas that he wanted to know particularly about. Now, there's nothing any of us can do about reducing licensure or eliminating licensure, but the governor's asking about it. And so I think at the very least, it wouldn't hurt anything to survey our licensee population and ask them what they think about it. We can then provide this information to the governor's office, and then he can do with it, whatever he needs to do as far as his legislative planning goes. But unless there's an objection, this is the survey that I intend to send out on behalf of the Executive Council, so that we will then have this information ready and available whenever we start to do our strategic planning, when those instructions come out.
Are there word or character counts on the narrative responses?
No, there's not.
Wow.
And in fact, I actually, if you look on page 5, I did it so that if you don't want to answer each individual question, you can just upload a file with your response to all of them on there. Because it's a pain to have to answer in each one of those little text boxes, I've always thought. So I tried to do it in 2 different ways.
I was gonna say, while we're on page 5, I think the top of the page, just 2 typos. It looks like a numbering holdover where you've got 11 as your first line, and then there should be a space between 2 and the.
There is a space there. For some reason, the formatting when I printed it out, yeah, I already checked that. I'll see.
With 11.
Yeah, I'll see that.
It's a holdover, I think, from question 10 on the page before. It's like an auto number, it looks like.
Well, what it is under 11, those 1 through 8 questions are the 1 through 8 questions you see throughout the survey. That's like question 1, question. I think I just copied and pasted in there. I'll look and see if I can't do like A, B, C, D or something like that.
We'll need a vote to approve the stakeholder.
One other question, please.
Sure, of course.
So, one of the things that falls under my purview at Dell is surveying our customers under Dell Services. In talking to our survey vendors, if you just have the open text questions, your response rate tends to be a lot lower. And one of the things I might suggest to you is that you have a numerical value above that question. So at the very least, you capture some thought of what an individual might be thinking, even if they don't want to fill out the open text box, and so that you get some type of response back. Otherwise, your response rate is likely to drop pretty low on it.
Okay.
Or drop downs or something like that.
Yeah, drop downs if you want, but if you just have a numerical form of that question from 1 to 7, 1 to 8, whatever your range might be, there are definitely ranges that are more common appearing. Are you likely to agree, disagree, extremely disagree, so that people can just circle or tell you what they feel, and then at least you capture something, even if they don't write in those text boxes.
I guess the problem is, that I see with that, the questions that are being asked are generally very open-ended questions.
That's right.
You'd
That's
have to
the-
completely retool the survey. And frankly, I mean, what are we after here? We're not after some statistical distribution of answers. We want that open-ended feedback. Is that
Right.
correct?
That's correct.
Right. So
That's
even
what-
if we have a
that's what I'm
lower
looking
amount,
for.
we want people's ideas, not to quantify some thing.
Because you need the open-ended questions to formulate into a strategic plan.
Correct.
Rather than just a statistical type number.
What's- So do you have an outside party that's gonna take all these responses, or do you have text mining capabilities, or?
I did it.
So how many surveys are we gonna send out?
Well, I've got 8,000 on my distribution list. I will put it on our website. However many is on Mr. Spears' distribution list, and then if we can convince them to put it on their website, as many that come in. I know, I get it, it's a lot, but we don't have any other choice, really. I mean, we just have to tackle that, have to farm it out, really, among staff and kind of break it down and see what the trends are in it. That's how I had to do it before at TSPP. It was a lot. I think we got.
Because even if you get 1%, right, that's 100 responses on a 10-question survey, which is 1,000 responses to rate, right? Average sentence 11 words. I mean, you're now looking at 110,000 characters. I mean, it's just.
I'm a lawyer. You've heard me talk all day long.
Okay, just wanted to see if it was realistic or not.
Could you share with some of the stakeholders this will go to?
With whom? All of, like I say, all of the psychologists, LPAs, LSSPs, and any member of the public that signed up on our distribution list, and then all of y'all's, whoever's on y'all's distribution list with HHSC.
So the professional stakeholders as well, organizations.
Yes, yeah, licensees, and I generally send it out to the state associations, and I did ours, and then I, asked them, hey, can you distribute this? But that's how we did it in the past, and we had, I know we got well over 1,000 responses last time, so.
So at 8,000, that's 12.5%, so it's a good return rate for something like that.
Any other discussion? I think we need a vote on this, so I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the survey of stakeholders for the 2021-2025 strategic plan.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the survey to be distributed as provided. George Francis IV.
John Belamowitz, second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Report from the hiring committee regarding our search for a BHEC director. Is it Jennifer that's going to talk to us about this?
I'm going to
Great.
give us that report, yes.
Okay.
So our hiring committee, which is, you guys recall from our last meeting, consists of one member from each of the member boards, has met 4 times, 4 conference calls. We've been meeting with TDLR's HR staff, Sharday Edmond and Sharon Hamoya, and I wanted to thank them publicly for the time and the work that they've put into this. They've been excellent to work with, and we're grateful that they've helped us navigate through the process and shared their wisdom and guidance with us. We finalized a job description that you guys have in your packet and the point key for all the applications. We created a list of interview questions and point keys for the questions for the first and second round of interviews. TDLR staff created a Work in Texas account, and we're going to need to have that account transferred over to BHEC after sometime in the future because it's specific to us over here at BHEC. On December 1st, we posted the position at Work in Texas and on Indeed, and we also sent that out to the board web pages, and I think we got some notice through some of the professional associations that those were posted as well. The job posting received 143 views on Work in Texas. TDLR's HR department replied to 45 emails from candidates who expressed interest on Indeed. And out of that, there were a total of 14 applicants. 7 candidates met minimum qualifications, 5 did not, and 2 came in after the deadline. And so they were not considered. Yesterday, our hiring committee met all day and interviewed the top 6 candidates, and we're going to be recommending 3 of those for a final interview with this full council. And so at this point, we need to determine when those interviews will take place. We had a question about February 17th, which would be President's Day, I think is the date. Or do we want to do that in conjunction with the March 2nd meeting? If we do that, we may need to post on the agenda for a March 3rd possibility. We have been in discussion, since I serve on the task force and on the hiring committee, kind of have been a liaison in between those two and have asked for legal counsel on how do we as a full council proceed on that. We do need to have an open meeting. No matter when we decide to do this, it needs to be an open meeting, agenda posted, do everything like we would do for a meeting. After we open the meeting, we can go into executive session for the actual interview. And then we will need to come out of executive session in order to take the final action, vote, whatever it is that we're gonna do. We also need to be mindful of the deadlines that we have set in place in our timeline. And not only those deadlines, but the idea that this person, once they get started, is going to be in the hiring process for the remainder of the staff. So over 50, I don't know the number off the top of my head, 50. 64 positions that they're gonna have to hire and go through the same kind of process that we've done since November. They're gonna have to get on and get done before September 1st. So, from our perspective, the committee's perspective, the sooner the better. But we also understand, schedules and travel and all of that, so.
That President's Day you're talking about, is the staff available?
Well, and
It's a holiday?
that we had a question about that yesterday, and they were gonna check with Mr. Francis, Brian Francis, and he's, Christina, did they ask you about that yesterday?
I can speak to that, yes.
Okay.
Christina Kaiser again with TDLR. February 17th is President's Day, which is a state holiday, which means state agencies are closed. And so we did talk to Brian about that possibility. What I don't know the answer to is whether people would be, the people who are needed to support a public meeting here would be available. I know a couple of folks already, like this person sitting right next to me, who are not available on that day. So, and I also, when talking to Brian about this, another concern that we talked about was just, transparency is so important right now. And there is, the thing that came to us as we were talking about this is when you set a meeting of a public body on a holiday, are you being transparent, or are you kind of giving the impression that you're trying to get away with something when no one's looking? And, that may be a concern that we're just, overthinking this, but that was something that came to both of us as we were discussing it. So that's something to be concerned about. That's a long way round to answer your question. We could try to accomplish something on the 17th if you wanted to, but we would just have to see if we have the people available here to support you. Because we also have, the gentleman in the back room who's running the system for putting the meeting up on the website. So that person has to be available. Someone would have to be here to put the, to kick that back in motion every time you come back from a break and get us back online again, and to keep minutes and all those things, like who made the motion and who seconded and all of that.
Right.
So that's the challenge from our end.
So it may be challenging to do it on a holiday. The reason we were thinking about a holiday in good faith was to allow for some of our board members to not have to take time off of work.
Right.
Because, obviously.
That's understandable.
Traveling ×4 this year. But I absolutely understand those concerns. Is there another date that you guys want to think about that TDLR would also be able to host? Or do we want to look to that March 2nd and 3rd timeframe?
Anybody have a strong opinion?
I won't be here for March 2nd meeting.
I would want it done sooner than later, whatever we can do. I'm committed to using holiday, not using holiday. I would just really like for March 2nd for us to be able to have an executive director and let them start the hiring process, because weeks turn into months real quick.
Is there, with 3 interviews, that's a short day. Is there a way that we potentially do something if we needed to make a trip down here to meet, perhaps make it in the middle of the day to where we don't have to do overnight travel?
Yeah,
Would that be
we
easier?
talked about that. So maybe do an 11:30. These interviews coming out of the committee will probably keep that 1 hour interview time frame with about 15 minutes in between, and then some time at the end. So we're really gonna need a minimum of probably 4.5 hours.
5 hours.
Yeah, so between 4 and 5 hours to get this thing, if this was the only item of business on the agenda, yeah.
What if we did it the 18th, the day after the holiday? That would
Madam
allow us
Chair.
to travel here.
Madam Chair, I asked one of the executive assistants to pull the dates that this meeting room is available. And understanding, if I understand correctly, You're going to call your meeting to order, your public meeting of this body, and then you're going to go into executive session where you do the actual interviews. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I don't know if you are anticipating those actual interviews would happen in this room as well or somewhere else.
We don't need to be
I don't
in
think
this room.
I don't think we need to be in this room for that.
I asked them to look for the dates that this room is available, and this room is the one that's wired with for the internet capability and all of that, so there is some benefit to being in here. The 18th was not one of those days. I can rattle those dates off to you if you want to know the February dates that this
Yes.
room is available.
Sure. Yes, please.
The 6th, the 13th. These are February dates. February 6th, February 13th, February 19th, February 20th, February 21st, February 24th, and February 27th.
I just want to add, when we're looking at the dates, not only do we want to stick with our timelines, but the candidates may also be considering other options.
Right.
And we want to make sure that we don't delay it too long, so we lose somebody who's a candidate.
That's true.
I agree absolutely with that. They have been notified, however, that we are looking potentially for a second interview in March. So they are aware that we didn't know exactly when that would be, but it would happen either at that meeting or before.
So the February 13th.
Yeah.
Looks like we have a psychologist board meeting that day.
How about the 6th?
I'm out the 6th.
Not the 6th, the 9th.
But any other day, any other day.
13th, a psychologist board is meeting?
About 19.
19th?
I think the 19th.
Ms. Kaiser, are there other rooms
What
in
day is
the
19?
other TDEL building downtown that could be used besides this one? Does it have to be at this campus or this room?
It has to, this is the only room that is set up with the ability to broadcast the meeting online.
There's no statutory, not that we want to do things in the dark, but we're not conducting any business other than gaveling in and going into executive session. Gaveling out, or are we making a hiring decision immediately?
Was the plan, I thought the thinking was that you would actually hire someone that day
Yeah, I
after
guess
the
that
3
was
interviews.
Possible.
Love to. Love to.
And to answer your question, there's not a statutory requirement to broadcast on the internet. It's just a thing that we do because it's well received by the regulated population.
And y'all are all here, housed out of here, right?
Those of us that are assisting with this meeting?
Right.
No, we're not all located here. Some, like Tamala, her office is actually downtown, but she'll come up here on the days that we have meetings. And Sharon Hamoya and Charday, who have been assisting you guys, they're located downtown, but they'll come up here as needed, so.
It would seem to me, for the speed at which we need to do this, that maybe we forego the internet possibility for that one meeting time frame.
But if you're going to hire somebody,
I'm going to go the opposite way with that. This is a big deal.
Yes.
This is a big deal. And to not have that on the internet, but everything else,
Yeah.
is, I think, quite concerning to people.
It will be
There's
similar.
a lot of
like
people have
what
buy-in on this.
Susan mentioned, picking a holiday to make this decision. So I agree with Steve.
That's the only reason I'm saying that, is that before this, to my knowledge, maybe the psychology board, I don't know, did any of the other boards have internet?
I don't know.
We record, on the psychology board, we record everything, but it's not broadcast because we just don't have the resources or capability. It would be great if we could.
What is, did we look at the 19th and
19th and
21st?
Madam Chair, I have two dates right at the end of January that this room is also available if you want to look sooner. January 29th and January 31st, the room could be available.
What day is January 29th?
The 29th is a Wednesday.
31st is a Friday?
I'm out on the 29th.
I'm out on the 31st. Sorry.
What's the
Okay,
February 19th?
19th. Everybody
Let's
look.
do February 19th.
Ooh, how does
Did
everyone
we,
look on the 19th?
did we say no to February 6th? There was something.
Yes.
We did.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, sorry.
We're looking at the 19th of February.
Yeah,
That works for me.
Which is a Wednesday.
it's Wednesday.
I'm
Anybody
good.
it not work for?
I will say, you will probably be short one interim director on the 19th if you do it that day. I'm expecting my second child on the 14th, so you lose in that battle.
On the 14th, on Valentine's Valentine's Day.
Oh,
Isn't that
wow.
sweet?
You timed that so
What a
well.
due date. That's cool.
Really impressive for that due date. It's great.
So what about February the 21st? It's a Friday.
20 what?
That's probably gonna be the same.
That same.
Is that the same thing for you?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
don't- I
how
don't
about the
know that-
So you're looking
24th?
at 27th, February 27th, something like that?
You know, if you waited that long, probably
We'll go
just
to
wait
March
till
2nd.
March 2nd.
You know,
Rather than
I'm
spend
the
money
only
to-
one that can't do it on February 6th. Can the rest of you do it February 6th?
I'm good on the 6th.
I can do it.
He can do it.
Can.
Everybody else can?
Yes.
I can.
Okay, then maybe we should go to the 6th and I'm not there. I have to, it's an event. It's a donor event, have to be there.
Gloria, I think it's important for you to be a part of this process.
Well, of course, I'd love to, but,
Once you're done our event that day.
pardon me?
Once you're done our event that day.
6
I
to
haven't-
9, San Antonio.
Okay.
Big deal.
6 p.m.?
Christina?
Oh, we should be done way before that. We can start
I
early.
think she probably
I'm
needs to
trying to
set
get
up
in there.
prep for that.
You have one more day.
Trust me, it's like a board meeting. I can't do anything else. I'm so sorry.
Well, it'd be up to you.
The calendar also shows, I'm sorry, Christina Kaiser, TDLR, the calendar also shows that February 4th is available because we've just rescheduled another meeting that we had in here that day.
Okay, let's do February 4th.
Yes.
Tuesday, the 4th.
Tuesday?
I'm available.
Tuesday, the 4th, yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
let's
I'm
do
in.
it.
February 4th.
Okay.
Are y'all in?
Yes.
Yay!
Is Daryl in? Did he?
Daryl, are you in? No babies on February 4th?
I'm trying to figure out when that job posting closes.
Which?
Our job posting?
Is it typically 30 days for the state?
It's,
matter, we've got 2 interviews.
I'm not sure what
three
the,
candidates.
what's, why?
It's closed, I think.
well,
We can leave it open, but if we can make a decision.
The rule.
Try the rule, yeah.
Madam Chair, could we
Yes.
take a break for just a minute?
Sure.
Yeah.
If you can state the time and the date and time.
Yes, I'm looking for it.
2 o'clock sharp.
2 o'clock sharp on Tuesday, January 14th, and we're recessing for a few moments.
There it went. Yes, the 4th will work we were concerned about if the timing of the posting, if it would be okay for you to do second interviews and hire on the same day.
Yes.
And you can, if that is your desire, on the 4th.
So do I have a motion, or do I need one?
And can we come up with a starting time?
Yeah.
Like
That's what I was thinking.
Maybe-
11? Is that what you said, 10?
11 would give us time to travel here, do it, and still go home the same day.
How about 11 a.m. on, I think it's a Tuesday, right? February-
Yes, February 4th is a Tuesday.
Tuesday, February 4th. May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, if you would accept my motion to do interviews on February 4th at 11 a.m., located here at the current Clayton facility. We call it Clayton.
Second?
I'll second it.
George
Second.
Francis, motion.
Susan Fletcher.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We're meeting on Tuesday, February 4th at 11 a.m. in this building, the Clayton Building. And just for the benefit of our public members here, could you tell us exactly where the agenda will be posted? I know there's been some trouble with the website.
It's posted on the Secretary of State's website. That's the official place, but I also posted on the Psychology Board's website under the new developments and requirements. I post the agenda and any publicly available meeting materials that we have. They're there as well.
So to be clear, until BHEC has a website, for now it is on the Secretary of State website with the documents. You can also find it on the Psychology Board, Texas Board of Psychology Examiners, right? Did I say it right?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we add that to the other board websites, Tim? Be done.
In the interest of thoroughness, do we need a directive to, for anyone to contact the applicants who are inviting back, or does that's coordinated through the hiring committee?
I'm sorry.
Do we need, in terms of inviting our three applicants back, do we need any sort of board action, or do we just do that through the hiring committee with TDLR?
The hiring work group in coordination with the TDLR staff
That's
would
taken care of.
take care of that.
And will we have a set of interview questions available to us?
We do.
Yes.
Yes.
We already have those.
You've already got that. Terrific.
Will we be
Can
able
you
to see
send
them
it to
in
the
advance?
rest of the board?
Yes.
So we have an idea?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Good, it looks like we're moving forward. I think that we're done. I think that the next one is discussion regarding the rulemaking process and the continuing rule development authority by the member boards. Darrell, do you want to lead this discussion again?
Yes, ma'am. I believe at the first council meeting, Ms. Smotherman had posed a question about whether or not the member boards would continue to be able to engage in rulemaking while BHEC was in the setup process while we were adopting the procedural rules. The short answer is no. The member boards cannot propose or adopt rules right now. The statutes that gave them the authority to engage in rulemaking were repealed under 1501, so rulemaking authority just rests with the council right now. That's why it's important that we get these procedural rules up and running.
Okay, thank you. Item 14, the discussion of development of the agency performance measures. Darrell?
The performance measures you have before you here, let me back up. When BHEC was created, it was assigned the Psychology Board's performance measures. Just, we had to have something, so they gave it the Psychology Board's performance measures. One of the things that Ms. Nowak and I have been going through and looking at is, again, we've got strategic planning coming up, and as part of the strategic planning process in March, any changes we want to make to our performance measure definitions are due at the end of March. I forget the exact deadline, but they're due in March. So we're trying to get ahead of that and come up with the new performance measure definitions. You can see these are all very standardized performance measures. In other words, when the LBB and the governor's office and the legislature are looking at agencies, they like to use a very similar or the same measuring stick. The point of success for a particular agency on that stick may be different depending upon the agency, but the stick is usually the same or very close to the same. So that's why you're going to see the performance measures look very similar to what the psychology boards. Now, we've added a few, or I know at least one, and that is in here, and we heard from some of the public comments that talked about an important key measure that everybody's going to want to know is how long is it taking you to process applications? That's now going to be in the performance measure definitions, assuming the LBB and the governor's office approve of these. Again, we request this, they're the actual ones that approve it and decide what actually you're ultimately tasked with as far as performance measures. But
What is our role in as we read through these, of the individual council members?
if you have any, if you want to add anything or make any changes, I think we'll have time to do it at the March meeting. Absent some objection or some changes, this is what we'll be going to the LBB and the governor's office to satisfy this requirement. But again, we'll be able to, I'll bring this back to you at the March meeting so that you can look at it again. Should give the stakeholders time, they can download it and look at it, because it's in the materials that I have available for download on our website right now, so it's out there. But what you don't want to do is you want to try to stay away from anything really exotic. Don't get too exotic in what you're looking for, because I don't think the LBB, it's not going to be as much as useful to the legislature, the LBB, in trying to measure our effectiveness.
Any questions or suggestions that we might have, we can bring to you individually?
Absolutely.
And then we'll bring it back to the group?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds good to me. Anybody else have?
I just have a question. For stakeholders, could you define exotic? Give an example.
If you're wanting to know, for example, how many applications we receive. Jenny and I were talking about that the other day, and I was like, well, what if we put something like that in there? And we got to batting it around, and ultimately the conclusion we landed upon is, what purpose would that serve? What question does that answer? Because it's not really a measure of a workload on the agency, the number of applications we receive, because some applications just sit idle. The applicant never does anything and they eventually expire. That's not that's not anything the agency had to do other than expire it. Really what you're focused on, what performance measures are about, is how efficient or how effective is the agency performing. Things like the average time it takes us to process. That's the key stuff. That's what they were looking at whenever they were looking at all of us in Sunset. How long did it take you to process your complaints? Those were the big things. So that's what we're trying to focus on here. Just when you get outside that realm, I think you have to start to question, what are you going to do with that data?
Right, so it sounds like your example is a good example of something that, whether it's high or low, how many applications we get, we can't do anything to affect that change.
Correct.
It has nothing to do with us. It's so independent from us.
Correct.
That everything needs to be based on how we can improve our performance as an efficient agency based on what Sunset is requiring.
Correct.
But why wouldn't we use that to look at trending and as a precursor to what would happen or what's coming up ahead of us, to know what the staffing should be? If we know that a certain 10% drop out that we never have to touch or do anything with, but 90% are good, why couldn't we use that to forecast how many people we might need to process those?
You do that. That's exactly what you do based off the data that you have, but you don't need a performance measure to tell you to do that. We know that internally. Whenever we're doing our budgeting, if we feel like, okay, we're falling behind over here in the LPC section, they're turning out more people, then we know. If your average processing time for LPC applications is going up, it probably means you're getting more applications in, or they're becoming more complex. So you know to take a look at that and take corrective action there. You don't really, a measure of, well, how many new applications did you get? That doesn't really help you in that question.
Understood.
We'll still gather that data.
Yeah.
It's just that it's not our performance. So we'll still gather that data, use it for trend analysis, but from a performance standpoint, that's not how we're performing.
So is it fair to say we have what we might call demographic data that's useful to us, but not based on performance of the council?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions or concerns? I don't think we have any action on this item, but it will come again in the March
Correct. Well, it'll be back on the March agenda.
So once you all, if you have any concerns that, after you read through them again, feel free to submit them to Daryl individually, so when they come back, they're addressed. Are there any reports from member boards regarding current or future issues that might affect us or our function? Should we just go down the roll, George, all the way to the end? Professional?
Tim.
Tim, sorry.
Special board has none.
Okay. Those are the professional members. I can't remember, not John. George?
Jennifer's mine.
Jennifer.
We have nothing to report at this time.
Okay.
We have nothing to report at this time.
LPC Board has some informal settlement conferences coming up real soon. Knock those out, and we're meeting on the 7th. So we are right in line, rocking and rolling.
I think that we've talked about future meeting dates, so we'll be meeting on February 4th, uniquely for the purpose of interviewing the finalists for the position of executive director. And we'll meet again on, when is it? March
2nd.
March 2nd.
March the 2nd for our regular meeting. Before we adjourn, I wanted to ask Sarah about, you had some concerns about public comments or some suggestions?
I had a question to Daryl. You know, when we have public comments, they're asking us questions, suggestions, and information. How do they get an answer to that?
If it's something that, if it's something you feel like it's an issue the council needs to take up, now is the time, right? Whenever we start talking about
Like, for
future
example,
issues.
Yeah, the websites.
Yes. This is where you would say, okay, Daryl, we want a report from you in March about the status of the website. Bring us back some mock-up of how it's going to look. That's how you do it. You really can't answer those questions directly because that's a topic that's not on the agenda. It hasn't been noticed, so you're not really supposed to be responsive to questions you get in public
But we
comment.
can ask you to do those tasks at the next meeting?
Correct. That you can say, look, that's something I want to talk about at the next meeting, so put it on the next agenda. That's how you handle those.
Okay.
I'm also wondering about comments at the beginning of the meeting. So we've had an extensive discussion this afternoon. We had many stakeholders in the room. Now they're reduced because of the time that we took. What about comments at the end? So if someone that wants to reflect on something that we discuss here, has a good idea, that sort of thing. Is that normally done, or is it encouraged, discouraged? What do you recommend?
I've never
What
seen
have
that
you seen?
done.
Really?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it, no.
This is Christina Kaiser again. You have an option to return to an agenda item at any time later in the meeting if you want to invite a second round of public comment, or something that we try to do when we hold public meetings on behalf of the commission or our advisory boards is if people just have a general comment that doesn't relate to any specific item that's on the agenda, we encourage them to make those comments at the beginning of the meeting under that agenda item. But we encourage people to, if they have comments or might want to make comments that relate to a package of rules that's on the agenda, we will allow for public comment while that agenda item is being taken up.
While that agenda item is taking up.
Right, and not just willy-nilly popcorn out of the audience whenever they feel like it, but at some point, maybe at the end of the council's discussion of a rule package, allow an opportunity for public comment at that time on that rule package only.
And how do you manage time if you were to consider, this council were to consider that?
We
As a-
typically will have a time limit on public comments regardless of where it is located on the agenda.
For the totality of comments or per person?
Per person. It's usually 3 minutes, isn't it, per person? And that's what you did today.
Right, at the
And
beginning.
that did allow, I felt, an adequate time for each person who came up and commented.
I think also,
Stretch out too long.
I've generally, if you just look around the room, we've had some, we've lost some people, and moving public comment to the end has, I think, a chilling effect on the ability for anyone to address us. So I do like it at the beginning. There have been times in the psychology board where we've taken up some rather contentious items where a lot of people wanted to chime in, and we have moved around in terms of going back to the public to chime in at that point. The only thing that I think that to be cognizant of is we didn't put them in the middle to have a back and forth or debate on the issue. We put them there so that they could be heard at the time closest to whatever we're deciding. And a lot of that stuff usually wasn't a surprise necessarily to the people who were making the comment, because most of those people, I think, probably had talked to Daryl, and we knew that there was going to be some discussion on it. But it wasn't a surprise to anybody, and it worked. And generally, as long as it doesn't turn into a debate back and forth, that's not the purpose of it.
Sure.
It generally has worked very well.
So I wonder if that, I wonder if we could discuss that. I don't know how this would work on the agenda. So next time we're interviewing and we're hiring, I do think public comment is valuable, and we are passing lots of rules. But I myself can't, I don't want to speak for the whole council about when or how that would happen. But perhaps it could, something that we could think about and bring back for discussion.
Madam Chair, for clarification?
Yes.
When we are hiring somebody, you want a public comment?
No.
Okay.
What I meant was, since we're meeting only uniquely for that purpose, do
I
we have time
see.
to discuss how to receive public comment at future meetings?
Or you want that to be an agenda item?
I'm actually trying to feel out the rest of you to see if you think it's a good idea or not.
You're talking about 5 hours at least for the interview process.
But that's true, so maybe not till March the 2nd.
Maybe looking at it in March.
March, maybe.
And I also would add, because I think it's a point well taken about the public comments, because as someone on the board for psychology, we're not used to the high-tech abilities. What about people that are watching online live? If they want to make a public comment, is there an avenue for people to do that? Because we know there's millions watching as we're doing these. Just curious what their opportunities are.
I'm starting to hyperventilate now.
I'm sorry, Christina Kaiser with TDLR. Tamala was just explaining that to me. So we don't have an avenue for someone who's watching online to make public comment, like through an electronic means, like right in the meeting. However, we do have a procedure by which people who are watching online can submit a public comment after the fact, and Tamala will then route that to the chair of that board.
Okay. I think that's good for stakeholders to know, because I think there possibly could be interest to know that that's an opportunity. Whether people take it or not is totally up to them. I understand that. And then the other question I have is, you were mentioning, Daryl, on the website for TSBEP that people could go on there and preview some of the materials. I just went on because I know some stakeholders have asked me about where the information's going to be available, the agenda, they want to know where to look, and I've said our website. So I just went on under new developments and requirements, and right now what's there is notice of January 14th meeting, and it has our agenda, it has the public meeting materials, and then also a link to actually watch the meeting. So you've really set it up well for people to be included and involved and informed. I think people are looking for where that might be, and maybe they were looking for BHEC to be on the left-hand menu. But it's under new developments and requirements, and all of it's very easy to access. I was just able to access it. Is that the correct place?
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
And then I will also, every meeting, I also send out a mass email blast to everybody on our subscriber list with those same links in it.
And Madam Chair, I have one more question. One of the public comment also asked that they are able to provide some research and materials to help us, and where would that answer be given?
If they have any that they would like to submit, they can submit it to me. They can just either through email or mail at the psych board. That's how they would get it to us. And then what I would do is include that in the board packet materials back when we bring this issue back on March 2nd. That would be included with those materials so that y'all could review it.
Some action that we need, like now, like where the Sunset Commission has on their website that the 4 boards were dissolved. that or abolished, that needs to come from us now. Who does that?
Well, to clarify, it simply says inactive. I actually looked this up, and I understand it's probably a archaic classification that they have. An agency can be labeled inactive if it has been abolished, had a title change, or was merged into a different agency or split into different agencies. I mean, looking at the non-surgical meat cleaver approach, I can see how it might fit into their category of merged into a different agency. So it is factually incorrect that it's inactive, but whatever in their system probably classifies it that way. Would that jive with?
It would. Yeah, I mean, if it's a defined term, if they've got it as a defined term, then it meets their definition.
Mr. Spinks, how do we get added to your email blast?
There's a sign up. Well, I can hook you up directly.
Would you?
Yeah.
Be so kind? Good answer.
But if
solid answer.
If anybody else wants on, there's a sign up button on our webpage that they can log in.
If you're
No, I
putting
was
him
being
on, I
selfish.
want to be on too.
Oh, you're all joining the club.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other recommendations for agenda items for not the February
March.
4th meeting, but the March meeting?
An update on the website.
An update on the website?
Yes, I'm hoping to actually have I should have a model, a draft of it available for you by then. I've told them I want a draft or a mock-up up and running in February so that I can look at and then be something to be able to bring to you in March. So.
Any others?
We need to circle back, I think,
16.
to 16.
Yeah.
I feel like we kind of skipped that agenda item. We said the 4th, February 4th and March 2nd. I believe that we had a list of dates that we wanted to look at. And then the MFT board had a question regarding the ability to travel that they needed to
Right,
ask
I
the
do
council.
see that. Thank
Okay.
you for pointing that out.
You're welcome. And we can finish 17 before we go up. I just didn't want us to adjourn without hitting 16.
Okay, so let's finishing up 17. Anything else for our next council meeting that any board member would like to see addressed?
I have one question of the council. At the first council meeting, y'all had asked that a representative from HPC be here, and I had Mr. Monk here earlier today, but I was so long-winded, he had to leave. So here's what and I think y'all wanted him here in case you had any questions about an MOU or what have you. Here's what I would suggest. Both Mr. Spear and I sat on HPC as representatives of our respective agencies. If you have some question about HPC, please feel free to ask us. If we don't know, we can certainly find out for you.
That's Health Professions Council.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One thing for next meetings, I just liked, whenever you feel that the public can weigh in on a set of rules, anything that we've talked about within a meeting, your recommendation or the recommendation of any of the three of the agencies represented here would be welcome. In case someone sitting here has a great idea and we don't want to miss it. But I'll rely on staff and your experience with these kinds of meetings to do that. I think that that's important. Is there anything else? If not, let's go back to item 16, prospective meeting date. So our agenda for FY 2020 is up here on, I wish I could tell you what page, but page 201. But the pages aren't numbered. But you can find it at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. So we have February 4th and March the 2nd. The recommendations that follow are June the 16th.
Actually, June 16th is already set. You guys voted on that last time.
So August 25th, right?
That's the week
We've
of.
got yes, the week of that, August 25th there's a set of days that are potentially open. I don't know if we want to look at our calendars now.
Y'all had requested a range of dates because the Tuesday meeting date wasn't real popular. So what I did is I tried to go through and find weeks that were open that didn't conflict with anything. You can pick a day in there.
So on that week, I'll just add, I'm in trial Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, so I'm only available on Friday.
You're looking at
What
August?
date is that, August?
That is August 28th.
Was there a reason, I forget, for staff or is there any reason why not Friday, or?
There was a reason for not Monday.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that.
Friday was actually me. I'm normally not available on Fridays.
Okay.
I can make an exception every now and then, but not generally.
Can you do that August 28th, that Friday?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody's good with August 28th? Okay.
And also, Daryl, can you put the other board meetings on this too, like the LPC board and social?
they are.
They are.
They are? I don't see LPC.
I know it's on there. Let's see here.
You can just add that.
Have you agreed upon your dates?
Yeah,
Christina has
2021?
them.
Okay.
like we have February 7th coming up.
I may have drafted this then before y'all did that.
Next one is the weekend of October 27th.
Madam Chair, before we continue on the dates in 2021, one of the things that we had talked about was possibly having this meeting outside of Austin. And the conversation around that was the cost that was necessarily tied to the necessary staff tied to moving it. But I would make a recommendation to this body that we move outside of Austin once every 2 years, so that we don't do it regularly. But I think we just do such a disservice to a state the size of Texas that we force people to come here if they want to hear or see us in person. And, I mean, I think we just choose the most populous areas so that we can make it cost effective in what we do. But I don't think it's something we do annually, but we do it, is it biannually or biennial? I always get that backwards.
Every 2 years.
Every 2 years sounds great. But I would put a motion on the floor that we do the meeting outside of Austin every 2 years.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Can, in terms of logistics, have we explored the logistics issues for staff and broadcasting and? Internet, yeah, and facilities, where, I mean, where will the meeting room be, what will that cost?
I think that we can, from the Marriage Family Therapist Board, we every year go outside and we choose a major university to have our meeting in. And I'm pretty sure that we could use any of those facilities if we wanted to have a meeting. If the state did not have a facility located in the Dallas or Houston or San Antonio, for that matter, Metroplex. The logistics, I think, are fairly straightforward to figure out. It's just a matter of deciding the dates and times that we want to do it. But, I mean, clearly we do it annually, so I know that it can be done.
So might I suggest, first of all, we don't have a second to the motion, so maybe we need a second and then discussion, but having said that, before I get the second, perhaps that's something that we can get some feedback on from staff. I do think it's a very nice idea to do that every other year, provided we have all of the necessary. The university looks great.
As just another idea on that, I know that the psychology board, we've at times had a non-quorum group of members go out, I don't know, call it a roadshow, if you will, depending on the circumstances and Darryl, what are some of the places we've gone?
All over, Lubbock, El Paso, Houston, San Antonio, here in Austin. We've traveled all over the state.
And the benefit of that is that, number one, it's not a quorum, not an open meeting, so you have no regulatory issue to worry about. And then cost, because you're only dealing with one or two board members at a time, rather
Right.
than all of us.
Benefit that we found in having an actual meeting is from a student perspective. Since we're going into a major metropolitan area, students can come and see what that governing body looks like and participate in part of that practice, so.
I'm super supportive of anything that opens up government. My concern, and I would want to hear from staff in terms of what is the cost, in terms of what kind of dollars and cents would this agency have to spend in order to do that, especially if right now it's accessible via the internet.
George, maybe you'd consider amending your motion to ask the staff to bring back an estimate
I'll
at the
make it
March
easy.
meeting.
I'll withdraw the motion to make a new motion. since
Okay,
it
make a
wasn't
new
seconded.
motion. Good idea.
I would make a motion that we have staff bring back the cost estimate and a proposed plan for going outside of Austin once every 2 years to the March board meeting.
I may be able to help you out here. I don't even think you need a motion. You're the boss. You could just tell me to do that.
If you wouldn't mind, if you could.
I
so
will do
please.
that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You'll bring that to the next meeting?
Yes.
Perfect. Perfect. Anything else?
Are
Wait
we
a
gonna
minute.
continue
Do we
to,
need to look at October dates?
do you wanna do October date?
Yes,
And
let's choose the October date.
Then I do have a question from our board.
Okay.
But we can go ahead and do the October date first.
Oh.
October 27 is what we discussed.
October 27th? That works. Any objections? And I think that's the last one for 2020.
That's good.
Shall we do the first one for
Sorry,
2021?
what was that date?
October
October 27th.
27th, Tuesday. Since holidays get crazy, maybe we should look at the first one for
January?
2021, just to be
I would,
safe.
yeah, I really, I need you to go ahead and tell me the meeting dates for that January, May, and August, and here's the reason.
Okay.
After August of this year, we are going to be, staff are going to be responsible, council staff will be responsible for securing meeting locations, and we don't have a dedicated room over at the Hobby Building, so I'm going to have to, you have to get on a schedule to get meeting rooms, so I need those dates as far out as I can get.
So let's do January.
That's why I'm asking you through the end of the biennium.
All right, so all the way to the end. Is Tuesdays okay for all of those three meetings?
Yeah.
Or is there a preference? Is someone unable to come on Tuesday?
I appreciate Tuesdays since I travel. I come Monday night to be here on Tuesday. It's difficult if it's a Monday to leave on Sunday afternoon in order to be here.
Tuesday is good for me too.
Me too.
And I accept that. For me, it's just the exact opposite. Typically, I'm out of the city or state country for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but that's fine. We can lock the Tuesdays. So the 12th, the 4th, and the 24th?
Yes.
January what? What date are we talking?
It's January 12th, 2021, May 4th, 2021, and August 24th, 2021.
August.
Mr. Spinks, you said the Hobby Building downtown.
Yes, sir.
Is there any other option outside of the downtown area?
It's parking
Seriously, I
is
mean, it adds so
Yeah.
much time to it.
We can, if the legislature is not in session, but as you can see from the dates we just talked about, the ledge will be in session several of those days. If the ledge is not in session, I can try something over at the Capitol. If we can find a free room elsewhere, then yes, we can. We can try that.
But in the complex of the state buildings at, near where we have the MFT meeting, there's nothing. Where do we have the MFT meeting?
Are you talking about the Exchange Building?
The Exchange Building?
I don't think we'll have access to that, 'cause that's,
We can't have it here, huh? I already know how to get here.
I'm not sure.
no, we've worn out our welcome here, I suspect.
It's not too bad, Hobby. You have a parking space, garage there, I think.
But you won't have a parking spot in it probably.
I know.
Yeah.
I've been there, know that.
Do we know?
We will,
Do we
we
know
can
when
try to
that
look.
building will no longer exist?
I'll
No.
be here on that day.
We don't know exactly. I think we should probably expect about a 2-year stint in the Hobby Building before we're moved over to the Capitol Complex.
I would just actively ask, because getting out of the downtown complex, once the meeting's over, and then trying to make it there for 9 a.m. during rush hour, it just adds hours of time to it. you know?
I hear you. I can try to, I mean, the problem is it's bad anywhere in kind of the central corridor of Austin. I have used the educational service centers before, the state's ESCs. They did it as a favor though, because we have the LSSPs. I don't know if they do it this many times.
My sister's on the board.
Well, we've got them in. Probably violated some ethics commission law by even saying that, but.
You'll be able to self-report the cab.
Yeah, there you go.
Honestly, I'm okay in the basement of a hotel as long as it's not in the downtown area. I'm with you, George.
So we did have a question. The MFT board has an invitation to travel in October to the University of Mary Hardin Baylor. We've done that in the past, and as part of your review of the cost of that, will you get back to us in March and let us know if that's something that will fit in the budget in 2020? That would be
Talking
2021.
about the LMFT board?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
it was in October?
Yes. Yeah.
Just let us know, if you can, just let us know what the budget.
It's
will
not
look
so
like.
much the board members, because we budget X amount for you guys.
the staff.
It's the staff.
Yeah.
Is what it is, so.
Yeah. Maybe also, Tim, if you could talk to Daryl about what that process has been like for our staff.
Yeah.
Just really so that we can give feedback to our board at our April meeting, and then also answer that invitation regardless of what the answer is. Yeah.
Most of the time, they take the expense, there's no charge for room, and they provide a dinner, so you don't have to pay for dinner. So, a little bit of savings.
And for all of our meetings, to be clear, they're always at 9 a.m.
Yes.
For us.
Except for February
Central
4th.
Standard Time?
Except for the February 4th meeting.
Okay.
And they run as long as we still need them to, right?
Okay, got it.
No, that was a question.
Oh,
Till we're
yes,
done.
until we're
Let's make a
done.
motion to adjourn.
May I, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
Second?
Let's go, John.
Second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you so much.
Nicely done.
Thank you so much for a great meeting. We're moving things along. Thanks especially to the staff. We must be a huge headache for you. Turn this off.
Not at all.
Good. Nice to you.